Warning: this episode contains dialogue and depictions of terror, turmoil, emotional collapse, and of course, financial ruin. If you are among the faint of heart, you're going to want to turn this off right now. I'm just kidding. I want you to watch this episode, but if you're like sad and poor and stuff, viewer discretion is advised. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a very, very special. Will you grab that French press? Well, if you can. No. Welcome to a very special edition of Art of the Jam. This is a straight from the Road Rascals ourselves. Is us Phantom Sam live from the Phantom Van, and we are on day one of our West Coast run, a tour that we talked about in our last episode. This is episode 93, which is kind of wild. And I don't want to drink too much coffee. It's 11 o'clock at night. And I frankly don't give a shit. I'm looking to take some bumps of espresso, to be real with you, and snort them into my nose.
Well, that's
but
what
no.
he meant earlier, but that's not what he meant.
That isn't what I meant. I totally was joking. But I totally I'm not going to lie. I'm not above snorting some espresso powder. I got the espresso powder, and I mentioned this last time. I got the espresso powder to make espresso peanut butter. It's I call it my speedy bean butter, and it's fucking delicious. And I've had it many times. But since this is day one, I will. There's not really.
The rest of Kansas smells like shit.
Kansas smells delicious. I'm just kidding. It smells like god awful shit, and it's flat as shit. But I kind of enjoy it because I feel like the like desolate, just long expanse of flat land, it makes the hills more prominent. And they have beautiful Microsoft XP hills, and they're beautiful.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It's not owned by Google.
But do you know what I mean? Like a Microsoft XP background.
Yeah,
they're beautiful. So it's like every time there is a ridge or a hill or something in Kansas, it's like it makes it more beautiful because everything else is fucking flat. It's great, but. We made it here to we are in Hutchinson. We're hunkering down in Hutchinson. That's kind of rolls off the tongue pretty well. Hutchinson, Kansas. And huh?
No, I was thinking something. Just talking out. I was thinking because Hutchinson, it reminded me of a Hudson Hornet from Cars, fucking Disney shit.
Oh yeah.
I was like, wait, I said it out loud because it didn't sound right. I was like, oh, that's not it.
Hudson Hornet, you're just saying H words. I think so.
No, that was Doc.
Doc Hudson.
Yeah, Doc Hudson.
There is some sort of Hornet in Cars, I think, though.
Well, I think that was his original name. It was the Hudson Hornet before it was after he. And then he became Doc after his wreck. The first one.
Space Camp, our Disney correspondent, our head Disney correspondent, expert in all Pixar and animated films. That's pretty much all you've talked about today, I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean, I did mention Finding Dory, too, I guess. Finding Dory was pretty dope, but... I'll give a quick rundown. I don't really have a question because we're kind of on the road and I'm kind of like a little zonked because I've been driving since like probably 2:30, 3 p.m. maybe. And it's like 11. But we made it from Lebanon.
How many fucking hours was that?
I don't know, but it feels it feels like I drove further, but I didn't, I guess.
Dude, we made it, to Kansas in like no time, it seemed like.
Yeah, and then I stop at a Love's on I-135, and then I look at my GPS and it turns me around and puts me backwards and onto a different state highway, and now we're at another Love's in Hutchison, and I don't know how the fuck we got here or why the GPS sent me here, but it's cool. It is what it is. We're here and we're hunkered, and it's nice. But oh yeah, what I was getting at is I don't really have a question because we're just kind of out and about, and I thought of this on the fly. I was gonna do a whole episode toward the end, but what?
Instead of us coming up with a question, let's see if they come up with a question.
If you guys out there have any questions for us in any sort of way about our travels or about our musical endeavors or adventures, I guess that's a good one. You give us a fucking question, audience. That sounds great. And that being said, this is day 1 of our tour. Cue the intro. Alright. We're back from the intro.
You know what would have been funny? After we come back from the intro, it'd be day 2.
I was gonna do that, yeah. We still can do that, I guess. But you know.
No, cut it right there. And it just like does the TV thing.
Yeah, it could do that. Or I could just it's day 2. Day 2 of tour. Well, yes, day 2. And
last done is drive and hot, and I shit myself this morning.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wrote down some of the events of the day because I wanted to remember all of these things because yesterday on our first day I just wanted to set the stage for the episode and make sure that we all knew what was going on with this episode. So there wasn't really anything eventful yesterday, but I wanted to still make this in the spirit of Art of the Jam. So our morning started with, how did it start, Space Camp?
I shit myself.
He shit himself.
And it happens.
It happens to the best of us. It really does. I mean, I think on the last one of these past few episodes, I believe I shared a story of how I shit myself after a show one time, and that was kind of fun. And shitting yourself is normal. And yeah, that's fun. Shit yourself. Try it sometime. It's a swell time. But yeah. So yeah, we shit ourselves. Oh, I didn't shit myself. Space Camp shit himself. And he what is it? You also had to throw away a good pair of shorts.
Yeah, and underwear. The whole 9 yards.
Wow. Yeah. That's always a sad moment whenever dude, there's been times I've had to usually I make it to a truck stop bathroom, and well, no, that's not true. If I made it to a truck stop bathroom I would have not shit my pants, but sometimes what I'm trying to get at is I've balled up my fair share of undergarments and thrown them in a truck stop bathroom before. Sometimes it come and go. It doesn't have to necessarily be a truck stop. It can just be a gas station, and that's totally fine too. They all have gas, and that's cool. But Cool thing.
Literally.
What?
Gas.
Yeah, gas and shit and all that sorts of fun shit. Dude, you blowing your pot smoke at me? You blow it out the window.
Oh, sorry.
That's how this is how the rules work of the van. Just what? Finish that sentence, Space Game.
I just did it. Sorry.
You just had such an attitude this whole fucking trip, dude. It's only been 2 days, you fucking crazy bastard. But no, I had a fun encounter this morning. I was we were at a love. We woke up at a Love's because we love Love's, and we're at another Love's right now actually. And I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I love Love's because Love's, not to get existential, but Love's is like the lobby of life. It's like the crossroads campfire of new chapters. It's like you have this like it's like this connecting point with strangers, and it gives us all the ability to just walk into each other's lives if we want to, if we allow it. And what I mean by that is I don't know, it's like this timeless 24-hour trench for misfits and tourists to mingle in each other's lives. It's kind of crazy, but no, I was sitting there and I was having my drink of water, getting my morning sun. And the last episode, I was talking about how Summersville Smoke Fest went awfully wrong because of my child joke, and all the kids came running for candy, and I thought that was really weird. Watch the episode; you'll get the full rundown. But this one, I was literally. I feel like I got preyed on by a child. You know, to be real with you, I think I was sitting there and I was getting my morning sun, having my morning glass of water, and this kid, there was a guy, and he was sleeping in the van because I guess what I come to find out later, he had been driving since like 4 in the morning, and this was at like 10 or 11 in the morning, so he'd been driving a good amount, and his wife and children were resting on a blanket in the grass, and one of the kids was a toddler, and so he's like running around climbing on all sorts of shit and being Spider-Man and whatnot and all sorts of stuff. And I'm sitting there drinking my water, or no, I was rinsing the French press out to make coffee, and this kid comes up and he's like, sir, what is that? And I'm like, it's a coffee maker, a coffee pot, whatever, French press. I'm not gonna church it up for, I was trying to dumb it down for this kid. And so I was like, it's a coffee maker, coffee press, makes coffee. And he was like, I really like your van. It's really cool. And I was like, yeah, thanks. And then he was like, can I see it? And I'm like, yeah, it's like right there. Like you can look and see it. And he was like, no, can I get inside your van and see it? And I was like, I think it's time for us to go over and talk to your mom because I'm not having this shit. This is weird. I feel like it's like a sting or something. Like this little kid's a cop or something, or working with the cops or some shit. And I'm like, dude, I'm not a weird dude. This is what fucking blew my mind though. What blew my mind is I went over there and I was talking to to his mom, and I was like, hey, I just wanted you to know that your kid tried to get my van. I'm not weird. I wanted to come talk to you and bring him back over here. And she was like, oh wow. And I was like, yeah, I might look a little weird or say a lot of weird shit, but
I didn't know that.
yeah. And then, but this is what was wild. That wasn't even the wild part. The wild part was I was thinking about it, and it was like, what if it wasn't me? What if that kid would have come up to somebody that was legitimately weird? That kid,
right?
I don't even want to say. I feel fortunate that it was me. Not that that sounded weird. Let me finish. Not, I don't, I feel like you know what I'm trying to get at.
Yes.
Like, I obviously didn't want this kid to try to get in my van and make me out to seem creepy, but I'm glad it was me who is not luring children into the van. You know what I mean? It could have been a weird fucking dude legitimately trying to lure children, or like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But she was very cool. She had two dogs. One was named Butch, and one's name was Butch, and one was Emmett. Yeah, and they were pretty cool. Yeah, and a little baby named Rosalie. Her name is Cat. And that's what I'm saying. It was like this complete stranger. She was talking about how like the anonymity of of uh, uh, of travel life is what's beautiful. It's like you can go to like a festival, for instance, and you can meet a stranger, and like you can hang out with this person and make a new friend for like the weekend. So you're like seeing this person on and on. Because I've gone to music festivals and I've made friends, and you hang out with them for like the course of like 2 or 3 days, and you some of them you keep in touch with, but it's like a travel stop. It's like I have this weird urge to talk to strangers because it's so like anonymous, and like whenever you speak to them, it's like you could have a good conversation, but they're gone in the blink of an eye. And so it like almost makes that encounter and that conversation more magical. Because like if you're never gonna see that person again, but if you do, they're like this glowing unicorn.
Right.
Like you never know what can happen, and it's fucking beautiful. It's like I said, man, it's just like this weird like crossroads in the universe. Like it's a truck stop is its own like it's a sacred truck stops are like a stranger's sacred ground. It's like it's really strange. It's like you're stepping into a bubble, and it's beautiful. I don't even know. It's like its own little pocket, own little ecosystem of existentialism, if that makes sense. Um, but that yeah, that was fucking crazy. I did have this crazy idea too. Not to segue real quick, but every day, because you know how we do our segment Phantom Sam and the fictions. Every day, I'm gonna try to come up with at least one, and we're gonna do a fiction on the road. I think. Before we get into this fiction, though, I will say, like Space Camp said on day one, uh, ask us a question. And what all the questions that show up in the comments, um, we will answer them on the next episode when we get back home. We'll answer all your questions if there is any at all. I think that would be fun. But yeah. So engage with us and ask us how it went, or ask us anything you want to know. We'll do a little Q&A episode, which that sounds swell. Um, but Phantom Sam and the fictions for today. I want to know what you think of the band name Motorboat Mountain.
It's like a beer.
Motorboat Mountain. It does sound like a beer. So I feel like it would be I feel like it'd be like some sort of like hippie rock. Motorboat Mountain. Something like a like hippie bro dudes, like beer drinking hippies.
With visors upside down.
I didn't think of that. That could that's a swell idea too, I guess. Motorboat. You know what I was thinking of? What made me think of Motorboat Mountain was when I woke up this morning. I was like, you were talking about like, I want to see some mountains. You know what I mean? And I was just thinking about like, dude, I just want to like wake up to these just like big mountains, and I want to just like motorboat them like titties, like these big fucking mountains. Just I want to wake up to two big mountains just right in my face, like touching each of my cheeks, and I want to motorboat them. And yeah, turns out we didn't get to see mountains until
Dark.
almost. No, we seen a couple. We seen a couple. I would say like sundown, but we made it from yesterday. Day one was we stopped in Hutchinson. Kansas. We made it all the way to Albuquerque, a little past Albuquerque, New Mexico, and yeah, we're actually on the. I didn't even mention this to you. I don't know if you ever heard me talking on the phone, but we are on our last stretch. It's just a 720-mile stretch to LA, but it's all one highway, which is kind of cool. Just because it's like I know where I'm going now. I just have to stay on this highway for 13 more hours. But we got 2 days. We got 2 days. We got three technically, if we count the day of the show. But so what, bro, hippie rock with backward visors?
I honestly like a splash of Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, if like the Grateful
It's
Dead
got
and
long
Skinner.
ass solos too.
Yeah, they're like jam bandy, kind of. Yeah. It does sound like a lake hippie band or something, or like a, I would say, yeah, like southern jam band type of vibe. Yeah, bros, long hairs and visors, and yeah, dude, and just IPAs and shit. Just drinking. I do have one more that I
Fucking
wrote.
Kyles.
Yeah, I do have one more that if you want to hear it, or we could save it for tomorrow.
Let's save that for tomorrow. Let's do one a day.
All right, that's cool with me. Had a weird thought, and I wrote this down. When you think of childhood memories, when you look back at childhood memories now, do you imagine you as little you, or do you imagine you as full grown you, just in that childhood situation?
No, I would be my child, like just how it was.
Really? Okay.
It's
Because
so
I'm sitting there,
weird.
and I constantly think about
Or like if
truck passing. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear it, but no, go on.
I don't even know where I was going with that.
Oh, I was just thinking of like, often do I think of um like, so, I don't know why, but like every now and again, like stupid things I said when I was a kid cross my mind. But then I realized I was like, I'm imagining full grown me in that, like me as me right now, and I'm like saying stupid shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna beat your butt, you twerp. You know what I mean? Like just stupid things you say as a kid, or like stupid situations. I just noticed that about myself. It's like I don't imagine little me. I imagine me. I'm like, but in that situation, and it's like,
Dumb.
it's the funniest whenever you think of like like little skirmishes you get into with like other kids. Like if you get like bullied or like beat up or something, but you're like getting beat up by a 5-year-old. You know what I mean? But you're like, I'm 32 years old getting beat up
Like
by a
that one scene in Step Brothers. He licks the
exactly,
little white
exactly.
shit.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, get my face held down into white dog shit. But I just wanted to know if you actually imagine yourself as little you or what. But um, yeah, let me know if you what you guys think of that. Do you guys think of yourselves as little yous or big yous in your childhood memories or whatnot? But um, yeah, we hit a big pothole earlier. That was scary,
Oh yeah.
and we thought we broke the van after we just got it fixed, and that was fun. Um, there's a cop rolling around the parking lot here. I don't know if he's gonna come talk to us, but I think he left. I'm not sure, but uh, um, speaking of cop, this is where I'll end this day too. Is we stop at this Love's, and I'm sitting here trying to unlock my door, and Space Camp's on the other side, and I hear this security guard, and he's talking to this trucker, and he's like, "You can't park here. This is a no tow zone." And then Space Camp's talking to the guy, and then so I walk around the van, and he's like, "I love this van." He's like, "What do you say?" Like something like, "I used to have one like it," or something like that. Or,
Yeah.
and then I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I drove it all over the country," and I was like, "Yeah, we've been driving quite a bit too." And you know, we're from Missouri, and he's like, "Oh, my aunt's from Missouri. She has a like a big fuck. She's a rich bitch sitting on a hill above the lake or something like that in some town. I don't even remember what town he said. But then he was like, "Yeah, she never sends me any money. I'll kill her." And I was like, "Dude, you're a security guard. You're a cop, and you're talking about killing your aunt or some shit like that." You know?
Yeah, he's like, I'm not a cop. I'm just here to protect myself.
Yeah. He's like, "Yeah, I got to look out for myself." It's like, oh wow, those are the cops here in America. Well, there you have it, folks. That's what we. I don't want to generalize and say that's what all cops are like, but
because they're not.
they're definitely not. There's good cops, there's bad cops, but we met a questionable one, and yeah, man. So I guess that concludes day 2. What do you think, Space Camp?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I guess that's so how do we do this? Do we go
Yay.
What's up? We are back here. It's kind of crazy. I had I'm going to start with this is episode 93. This is day 3 of episode 93, and we are here live at the Javi Land rest area in Spumfuck, Arizona. Somewhere hot and dry as shit. And we are so far the past couple of days we have we're going to still follow the tradition of you asking us a question and in the comments, and then whenever we do our next episode, we're going to do a Q&A episode. So please, if we don't get any questions, there won't be any fucking Q&A episode. So, but I will start with a question that Space Camp brought to my attention today. Mountains, mesas, can they be owned like any other plot or lot? Or does God have some sort of forbidden, impenetrable monopoly on mountains that can't be bought? That's something. That's something to think about. Because I feel like there's people that they live on mountains, but can you physically own a mountain? Or I guess not physically. I guess you'd be more likely to
On land.
Yeah. You could own the land that is on the mountain, but can you own the mountain? You remember that reminds me of the episode, or not episode, the movie Holes. Do you remember the flashback when they're in like the schoolhouse and he's like, uh the bird swims on the lake, but my daddy owns the lake. And she's like some idiot white guy. He's just like, "Ugh." That he's the guy that kills him and the crew beat up the black guy in that because they're all racist. But
Racist.
yeah, so not a lot of not very eventful day. It was full of driving and
Cool scenery.
cool scenery. Yeah, the I was talking to Nichelle on the phone earlier, and the mesas in New Mexico were immaculate, just because you could see like the brown to red to purple, like all the full gradient spectrum of the different colored rocks and stuff. And dude, it's crazy. It's wild. The world is fucking wild. And I hate to say this. Actually, I don't hate to say this, but I've been like having some existential crises uh, this tour, this go round of the tour, because I'm like, as I'm driving, I'm like, there's no way. Like I'm finding it easier and easier to like believe in God, seeing this shit. But then I'm like torn between like, did God create this, or did the universe create, or is this some sort of like uh, just the perfect circumstances for a intelligent mold to grow, being us? And it's like, I don't know, it's just weird because the world is so beautiful, and it's like, how could something so beautiful just happen. So I'm like torn between those two things. Not quite sure, but it's kind of crazy. I'm kind of not like in a Christian way, but it's like there's something godly about the world. I don't know, but I forgot to mention that last night after we filmed our other episode, something. Speaking of terror on tour, right? We're in the van. Space Camp is already in bed, and there's a very nice Hindu man in the vehicle next to us, in like a Suburban, and or something like that, some sort of SUV, some sort of big black SUV, and the windows were open for air circulation, and because it's hot as shit in New Mexico and Arizona, and I'm sitting here in like right here, and I'm playing guitar before I go to bed, and my driver's side window is down, and this Hindu man comes up and he's like, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know that there's some people walking around asking for money, and I just wanted you to be careful because they've been looking in your window." And if that's not scary as shit, I don't know what is. What's weird is Space Camp was asleep, and I'm literally sitting right here, and I didn't even see them. So it was like we were being preyed upon or something. I don't know. It was like some sort of. It's creepy to know that you don't know that you're being watched. And so I had I had my knife.
And I feel like somebody's watching me.
Exactly.
I always think of Captain, this is a goat, when she made that fucking video of her fucking goat just peeking through the window.
Yeah.
I always fucking think of that every time I hear that song. It's funny as shit.
It was very scary though. But what's funny is I still left the back door of the van open. I just bungee corded it shut.
I know.
I was like, I don't even know why. I was like, I should have been scareder than that, I guess. But I guess a little bit of wind and cool breeze and airflow is more important than my life and belongings. I don't know. Fuck. But yeah. So that was pretty scary, and yeah, that's scary shit. And I didn't tell any of my family about it because I want them to hear it on here first.
Yeah.
Because if I told my mom, she would be like, yeah. And if I told Nichelle, she would be like, actually, I don't think Nichelle would really do anything. She would just be like, be careful. Do you have your knife? It's like, yes. And yes. And yes. But, yeah, but enough of that. That was pretty crazy. We made it from, where were we last night? We were in Albuquerque last night. So that happened in Albuquerque. And we drove all the way to, we are 40 minutes outside of Kingman, Arizona. We're about 300 miles away from LA.
Which is probably what? How many hours?
Like 5. And we still have a day and a half to drive to get
do
there.
Something tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna sleep for a good while, but we definitely will still have time to do both of those things because I realized when we were in Walmart how much I am fucking mentally not well. I'm literally was just walking around just like I felt like the world was still moving past me at an alarming rate, like I'm driving, and I'm just like I can't. When you're driving to me is very like meditative. So like when I'm driving, it's like there's wind, sometimes there's music, you have your window down, there's just all sorts of noise happening. The van isn't very quiet, and so I have no choice but to like zone in on what I'm doing. It's well part of the reason why I don't really like, talk that much is because I'm like in my head, like I'm locked into the road, and so whenever and I've been driving.
Unintended.
What? What's
Keep going.
What's the pun?
You'll when you look back, you'll know.
What?
I'll save it for the. Save it when you edit. It's gonna be funnier.
What?
You said the road. I said pun intended.
Yeah. What's that mean?
One of our songs, "The Road." Haha, funny.
That. Well, okay, I get it. I guess I don't see the. Okay. Anyways, um, damn it, dude. What was I talking about? Oh, no, I'm just so like locked into the road, and then I've been driving for so long that it's like whenever I'm like out and about and not in the van, I'm like, what? Like I'm still there, and so like I like interacting with people. I'm like, I don't know. It's just like it was really weird. Like I'd see a person and I'd be like trying to pay attention, like where my cart is, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm just like, I feel so scattered and shit. But it's pretty wild. It's pretty crazy, and I'm extremely fucking. And that's why I apologize that I disregarded your pun. I am extremely.
You're fine.
I'm extremely irritable, and like I said, I'm a little fucked up. To be real with you. Speaking of fucked up, how about our Phantom Sam and the Fictions for today, day 3, Fictions. Oh, that was day 2. Where's day 3? Day 3. Yes. Oh, I had this thought real quick. Is it just me or is there less wind at night? It seems to me like it's way easier to drive at night because like I don't know, just that last stretch we did from Walmart was way smoother than the entire day. And I was thinking about that. It's like, does the wind have something to do with the moon or the sun, or because I know like the ocean is affected. Where the fuck does wind start?
I don't know.
Is that not kind of an alarming thing though? It's like, is wind just like?
I mean, obviously not because it's still windy.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, no, I'm saying it's substantially less wind though. But I'm also now I'm lost in the concept of where does wind start? Like, does it just roll off the ocean and then just keep going and going and going and going until it reaches Missouri, for instance, or like, because in order for you'd think like if a tree were to sway and produce a gust of wind, you'd still need a gust of wind to put. It's like a chicken or the egg, and so I feel like it has something to do with the ocean. But then the tide is affected by the moon, so is wind a product of the moon? That's kind of a wild thought, if you ask me. I don't know. I'm kind of scared now. But that being said, or not that being said, that has been said. A beat beat bop 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 boop. Phantom Sam and the Fictions. Fictitious band name. The only one for today. Fat Alamo.
This is
Fat
fucking
Alamo.
Fat Albert dressed as a cowboy fighting for the Alamo.
Or a native Alamo. It's a native thing. Or the Alamo.
I know, but that was the first thing that popped in my head.
Like a Fat Alamo, almost like a country western fat guy. I don't know. I seen a sign that said Alamo Gordo, and Gordo is fat in Spanish, and so I was like, Alamo fat, and I was like, Fat Alamo, and then I was like, that's kind of funny. I don't get what that is or why anybody would actually put that, but I feel
But in the Alamo in Texas?
yeah, I'm sure. I'm not keen on my stuff, but everything's bigger in Texas. No, I don't know. I don't know if it's in Texas. I'm pretty sure it is the Alamo, but the Alamo was like a battle. Remember the Alamo?
Yeah.
It was between, I'm pretty sure, natives and Americans. That might be Wounded Knee or some shit. That's also a thing. I'm not sure. Squanto, that kind of stuff. I don't know anything, so don't think I'm any sort of historian. But yeah. So what? Country western, uh, Fat Alamo, Fat Alamo, Fat Alamo,
Murray.
Fat Alamo,
You think
Fat
you're
Elmo.
some kind of wise guy.
Country western. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think Fat Alamo would be? I feel like they would open up for Redbone, but uh, what's that guy's name? Hello, darling. Conway Twitty. Yeah. I feel like they would. That would be a very eclectic bill. I feel like Fat Alamo would open up for Redbone and Conway Twitty, and they would just have a grand old time. And
In
they
the
would
bathtub. I don't know why I
in
said that.
in a toaster bath. I don't know.
White rabbit, white rabbit.
They could do it at a hotel and casino. I think that'd be kind of neat. But yeah, Fat Alamo. Some sort of. But see, now it's like if you country western, but then like Redbone is like rock per se. So it's like I feel like yesterday's was like rock, or no, we did, it was like southern rock or some shit. I can't remember, but I don't know. Fat Alamo. I feel like some sort of cross between like funk, western funk. That sounds cool. That should be a thing. I want to hear that. Desert. They have like desert blues. Let's hear some desert funk. Some fucking country western desert funk. I think that's pretty dope.
No, that wouldn't be fun.
Country western desert funk. Opening up for fucking Redbone and Conway Twitty. Let's hear it. I think that does it for this this day, I guess. So, with that being said, well, how about it? Oh,
You know how fucking weird is it over here?
Is it weird? It's kind of weird. I sit over here often at night, so it's not really that weird to me. But it's kind of weird seeing you in the front
Why
seat.
is your seat more comfortable than?
Because it's the captain's chair. The captain has to be comfortable.
It's more sunken in.
Captain's got to be. Papa's got to be comfy. All right. And I got the lumbar cushion. So
That's probably what it is.
All right, guys. Well, yeah, we got to do the old switcheroo. You can hold yours, yeah. No, but we got a long one for you because it's been
It's like what, 4, 5, and 6, and maybe 7.
This is, let me even count. I think I didn't even check to see where we were. I had
It's been crazy.
it's been
What the fuck?
a few couple of days. So yeah, we had yeah. It was day 3 was the last day that we did. So we have 3. I don't know how long it's been, to be real with you. But Yeah, because like day 4 was the day we woke up at the in the desert when you made coffee at the picnic table.
Oh yeah.
That was the last time that we. So that was the start of day 4, and it had the poisonous insects, and we got to see the
Those fucking weird tiny squirrels
yeah it
that
was
look like chipmunks, but they weren't chipmunks.
they were a Harris's antelope squirrel.
Never seen one.
Yeah.
They don't have antlers, so.
Yeah. Well, wait. Yeah. Okay, I get it. You went over my head with that one. That's the first time I think you actually went over my head once. That's great. That's good. Hell yeah. The only thing that sucks about this is over the course of 3 days, it's been so stressful. I still only have one, what do you call it, fiction. So we'll do that in a bit. But
Okay, the one I think it is.
What?
Never mind. We'll get this.
No, I the ones that you have heard, I haven't written down because I can't. They have to be a surprise, right? But no, so yeah, just day 4 we experienced the Mojave.
Yeah, that sucked.
Well, really, day 4, and no, because we got in day 5, or no, we got in that night. See, this is why I wanted to do this at the end of every day, because I don't even know what the fuck's been happening.
Well, actually, a lot of shit's been happening.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of shit is happening, and I don't know. I can't even distinguish what day things happened or
I
what.
didn't even know that was like in your shot or not.
What? Oh,
That's dangerous.
yeah. Just
I don't know why I don't want.
It is what it is.
I think it just stops me from moving my hands.
What? The cup?
Yeah.
Then maybe it's good for you. Maybe it's good that you hold that cup. But guys, we're coming at you live from Cabrillo Beach, live at the Phantom Van, on tour still, if you would call it that. We're technically on tour, but it's more of
sit around
a nightmare. But yes, we this I wanted to mention this. We experienced the mountains, the Mojave, and if you haven't been, don't.
Yeah, absolutely wouldn't recommend it.
If you like just dry, bloody noses, that's cool. Then that's the thing for you. Or if you like to be just drenched in sweat just by the mere existing, what are you doing?
Does all the meters always show up when it's off?
No, maybe just pull it back and pull the keys out. Yeah. No, you got to pull it. And if they don't, you got to pull that. Yeah, just put them right there on the thing. But yeah, we don't go to the Mojave. I mean, if you're interested in just not dying, but feeling like you're just slowly dying a painful, hot, dry death, I guess that's the place for you if you'd like. But it is what it is. But now we're here in the beautiful Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro, coastal San Pedro, Los Angeles, California, and we're here to tell you that it's exactly as Grand Theft Auto depicted it to be.
It really is.
There's people in El Caminos blaring Snoop Dogg, and yeah, and just everything, NPCs and all. We have it all here.
And the traffic's the same.
Yeah, traffic's honestly not that bad in the city. The traffic on the highway was fucking annoying.
Yeah.
But like I haven't really thought like being in San Pedro was that bad. But this is a also the cautionary tale here for the Mojave is we are experiencing a major oil leakage from the Phantom Van.
Yeah, and then the desert.
She's bleeding.
Yeah, she's bleeding.
she she didn't really quite enjoy the extreme 100+ degree dry weather. So we are trapped in LA.
For what, another 3 days?
Yes. So we have been trapped in LA since day 4, and it's now what? It's technically, what is it? It's day 7 actually. Wait. Yeah, no. Tomorrow would be day 7, right?
Yeah,
It's day 6. It's day
yeah.
6. I see. This is what I'm saying. I don't know anything about anything right now. But yeah. So we've been trapped in LA for a couple of days now, and we're going to be trapped for another couple of days. And cool thing is we got the van into a shop here that was full of very nice folks that have. So I know this no, they're never going to watch this, but big shout out to Frank.
Yeah.
Big shout out to
Angel.
Angel and our loving mother of the road, Celia. You are the true angel of this whole
We
situation.
may never see this, but
yeah,
but
but
what if it comes to find that she watches it?
that would be that'd be fucking awesome.
That'd be hilarious too at the same time.
Yeah, I wish she would have showed up to the show, but no. So in order for us to get to the show, we had to take Angel's advice, and because they can't get us until Monday morning, and this was a Thursday,
Yeah, and it is Saturday.
and it's Saturday now. So he was like, "Go put some fucking racing oil in it. Makes my van go fast." But 2050 like heavy, thick fucking racing oil, so that it slows the leak, and then you could get to the show, and then you could kind of, take it easy around town till Monday, and they could fix it. But it's gonna be a 2-day job, so we're gonna be stuck in LA till Tuesday afternoon, and we're gonna be without the van from Monday morning till Tuesday afternoon. So we are scared, but we're gonna have to assimilate into the society of SoCal here. We're gonna have to find a 3-wheeled shopping cart and fill it with our stuff. And we're gonna
Dude,
have
that'd be
yeah.
I mean, it would be hilarious. But
No. I don't mean that. That is rude. But yeah, there is quite a few people pushing shopping carts around with their stuff in it, and that's cool. They do them, we do us. But it's fucking beautiful here. Never seen a palm tree in real life. I honestly,
I
after
saw that in Florida, so.
Yeah,
But I never did see any that had coconut fruit in it until this morning.
Oh, with the one in that yard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen like any of the actual like aesthetic, like roadside palm trees that have any. I don't even know if palm trees are what grow. Yeah, palm trees aren't what grow coconuts.
Yeah, and the type of palm tree.
It's a type of, yeah, but I don't think it's like the typical
No,
California
it's not.
palm tree. I want to climb one. I want to get those fucking like there's like things that tree climbers have, those little stabby knife shoes.
You don't even need that.
I mean, I don't need it, but it'd be huge help, especially for that one up on the hill there. But yeah. So we traversed the Mojave and blew up the van. So we're dealing with that. And I'm going to be honest, I did write this down because I didn't mention this in the first 3 episodes, but we have a few side quests that we're trying to accomplish while we're here. Side quests, which I don't even know if we'll be able to accomplish them, but we're still going to try depending on if everything goes accordingly. But we basically, what?
Did get coffee somewhere, though.
Yeah, but not where I wanted.
Yeah, I know.
Side quest number 1 was we wanted to find the darkest, dankest, dingiest roadside desert diner to
like you would see in like Legion or
Fallout even, or something. We wanted that like gross desert road, like
where they're still using VH shit.
What?
The big the VHS fucking TV still. That's got the built-in.
Oh, like a
TV.
bubble TV.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. No, it has to be old. They don't have any TV because it's old.
That's true.
You have to read a newspaper while you're there. That's what you have to do. Yeah.
A jukebox that looks like it works.
Yeah, but it don't. Unless
you kick it.
You bump it. You gotta bump it. Turn it on.
It just the living on a prayer just comes on.
No, it's blue suede shoes or something like or Johnny Guitar or something. I don't know.
Gotta be good.
Yeah, something like that from like the 40s, 50s, 60s era. But yeah, and then we wanted to do obviously side quest number 2 is do a tour episode of Art of the Jam, which we're obviously in the process of. Yeah, we're in the thick of the midst of this episode.
And also, it's just so we don't fall off schedule.
Yeah, we need an episode when we get back, so I don't turn into an unprofessional, inconsistent fuck. But it is what it is.
That's mainly what it's for.
And then we have side quest number 3. We want to have a celebratory sushi on the road sushi on the way back, because it's still, no matter what happens, we'll have still at least a 2 to 3 day drive back home. So one of those nights we making sushi, road sushi, celebratory sushi, and it's all gonna be raw. Ooh, baby, I like it raw. Yeah, shimmy shimmy yeah. But do you want to save? I'll save my fiction for the last.
Yeah.
Or basically, what we did when we first got into LA, though, we found a 72-hour parking, and we cooked. What did we fucking cook the first night? We cooked.
That shit was good. I don't even remember what it was.
Oh, it was Italiano.
Oh yeah.
I made a Italiano stir fry because stir fry is super easy to cook on the road. So I just kind of like apply the concept of stir fry to whatever culture we feel like we want to eat. And yeah, so I did like a little what was it? It was turkey with rosemary extract, and then it was zucchini, squash, onions, mushrooms, and then
Angie's gonna hate that.
Why?
She can't have a zucchini or squash, anyways. But she hates
pussy.
mushrooms.
Metal or not, eating what you're allergic to anyway. I should cut that out, but no, I'm not gonna cut it out.
You should bleep it out.
I'll bleep it out. Yeah, but that's something we've been working on a metal or not bit for a metalhead buddy of ours that's gonna be on the show soon. But so disregard that bleep. But yeah, we cooked Italiano. It was and then it had it was all those vegetables and then turkey, and then I did obviously garlic, and then an olive oil, and then it was just like some tomato sauce, and it was really easy, nice little delicious thing. And yeah, but it was a sketchy parking lot, and it was weird. There was trash everywhere, heavy traffic right on the harbor, like where the shipyard. It was actually right across the street from a cruise company. Like,
I've never seen a cruise ship before. That was cool.
Yeah, it's enormous and scary to see.
Yeah, and they got like slides off of it, dude. Like the slides go off the ship.
Yeah. Well, they don't go off. Oh, I know what you mean.
They hang over.
So they just spit you right off the side.
I did.
No,
but got a steamboat down there to catch you.
Yeah. Kind of weird though, because the first night we got into LA, we stayed there, and because we were like, oh, it's a 72-hour parking, and there's no Walmarts in San Pedro or truck stops or anything for us to anywhere for us to sleep. So we were like, well, a 72-hour parking lot, why not? We could stay here for 3 days if we wanted to. And there was other vans there and people posted up there. So we were like, well, okay, it's a little sketchy and dirty, but we're not above that. And Then we get woken up
By LAPD.
by LAPD in the morning, and
You can't park here.
yeah.
I was like, and then what is up with the 72 hour? And then, funny thing, we go back to it yesterday, and the people that were there when we were there the first night were there still. I was
Still
like,
there.
well, like what?
Yeah. And so it doesn't make any sense. I think he just
I
didn't
think
like us. No, I'm kidding.
I know. I think it might be because we had a van.
I don't know, man. There was another guy that had a van there.
Yeah, but he was gone when.
No, he was still there when we woke up.
Really?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain.
Oh,
But
then-
also, he could have told that guy to leave and he just hadn't left yet because it was like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And but he did. He was very nice.
Yeah, he was nice.
And he told us about a safe to sleep area, but you have to like apply because it's part of a homeless program. So I
Which
think
is cool.
Yeah, it had like security and bathrooms and stuff, but you had to apply. And I think he thought we were homeless, but you know,
dude,
we're not.
we're traveling Ben.
Yeah.
I got a job at home.
Yeah. But we just that was day 5. We just kind of or no, that wasn't day 5. Was it? What fucking day is it? No, that was the night of day 4. It's kind of wild to think that we went from that truck stop or that rest area in the desert all the way to
Here.
to like that night was the night that we got woken up the next morning. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it was because I didn't plan to come into the city that night, and we did anyway. You know what I mean? Because we should have just stayed at that fucking Loves. That I don't want to say that we're actually kind of fortunate that we got here when we did, because we would have been stuck with an oil leak in the desert.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So looking at the bright side of things, I'm not a shoulda, coulda, woulda guy. You know, I'm trying to be positive and push forward because we are in like a mess right now, and it's always good to try to keep your spirits high, look after each other and whatnot. But yeah, dude, huge shout out to
Huge.
huge shout out to Pacific Auto Repair in San Pedro, because they're really helping us out. I don't want to say too much yet because we haven't got there yet, but they from how they've treated us and what they've said they're gonna do, they're fucking great people and very nice and accommodating.
Seem to be of their words.
And they've said many words, but especially Celia. She was very full of life and love and talked at us for a good long while, but every word she said was beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very nice person.
Yeah.
You should be more like her.
Yeah. Hashtag be like Celia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one was just too sweet.
Yeah.
Like, apparently wild in her 20s.
Yeah.
What a character.
It was honestly kind of weird. It's so, like I said, dude. When I was talking about like truck stops and stuff, how like strangers have like these places when we are meant to mingle, we are meant to connect each other, and it's just like, and then when we were talking about God and stuff, it's like it's so wild to me that like we can just waltz into each other's lives and like understand each other, and we literally just like our whole Celia's life and our lives led up all the way to that point for us to meet. I'm not big on determinism and stuff like that. I don't think it was meant to happen or that it was destined to happen, but it happened, and it's beautiful. Like that we just kind of walked into each other's lives and we understood each other, and she was very nice, and you can't help but think that you were meant to kind of meet in that point in time. It's wonderful. Strangers are so fucking awesome. The good ones, not the creepy ones, but The creepy ones could not be creepy unless you got to talk to them. You got to interact with them in order to know if they're actually creepy or not. Just don't get in their van and don't let them don't get in their van and don't let them in your van. Whatnot, but
So by the way, segue. But I've seen that trolley like 3 times, dude. We should totally do that.
pay attention to the number though. There could be more than one.
Oh, that's true.
So what number is that? Can you see it?
I think it said
11201.
Yeah,
11201.
I couldn't tell if that was 112.
I can't tell either. I'm just saying.
When it
blurry,
swings
but-
back this way, I'll look at it.
There's a free trolley bus. It looks like a like a San Fran trolley, but it's a bus and it's rolling around Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, and we've been considering
Hopping on it.
seeing where it goes. But yeah, we got to pay attention to 11201.
Or was that a 3?
No, there's definitely no 3.
I don't know. I can't. Yeah, I got it.
We both are almost blind.
Yeah,
people,
I don't think I could see that.
But
I can't tell if it's a 2 or a 3.
I don't know, man.
Is a 102?
I don't think it's a 3, but
Yeah.
I think it's
gonna have to wait for
yeah.
it.
Anyways, we'll see what happens. But unfortunately, too, because of all the mishap with the van, we had to cancel our Seattle show for Sunday because obviously we would have to have a 2-day drive to Seattle, and
we'd be on the road.
we would still be driving right now. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
honestly, it financially it kind of saved us in a way.
It did, but then I
'Cause
was
I feel like we would have lost a lot more money, to be completely honest, if we would have.
yeah.
You know.
Well, I'm gonna say this is I think it honestly evened out with the mishap of the van and the price of everything, and
Yeah.
then driving. We probably would have. Even if the van would have needed the same amount of work, the same price and everything, and we would still have been able to make it to Seattle. Yeah, we would have been fucked financially. But the fact that one or the other happened, they're kind of even in a way, I think. Because gas is expensive up the coast, and it's been expensive as soon as we got.
What the highest we've seen was like $6.99. Like
No,
what?
it was $5.99.
Oh, was
yeah,
it?
Yeah, it was in the Mojave. But the a Chevron gas station, absolutely what the fuck? Who would go to a Chevron? Every Chevron I
I
seen.
mean, I did to go pee pee. So
What, a Chevron?
yeah, was it that one? That one was outside.
Chevron and Shell. Those were both really expensive gas stations.
It is 11201.
11201. Hey, I got a good
Dude.
eye, I think.
Dude, I couldn't tell if that second one blended in together. It's like
Yeah.
I almost couldn't see it.
11201. I gotta remember
Yeah,
that
write
in
that
case we're trying to not. I don't even know what I did with my pen, dude, but I had it over here.
I don't think that's the right one. But
11201. Because we were trying to figure out if there's multiple ones, but
I feel like there might be. But
yeah, I don't know. But there's the van fiasco and canceling Seattle, and but we did have a good show.
oh yeah, it was like
We played.
just like into it.
We had we got to blow off quite a bit of steam,
Oh,
and
dude,
a lot
that
of
was
stress.
crazy.
It was very
It was
nice.
so explosive.
But we played the Sardine in San Pedro. It's part of Recess Records,
And it was not in a can.
we were the sardines. We were little fishies in the can. You want to call it? It was a pretty nice.
Little fishies in the can.
Yeah, it was a nice little. Apparently, everybody.
Flint Lockwood.
It's a pretty popular venue in San Pedro. It seems honestly like in the San Pedro area, it kind of seemed like the only venue, but also we only walked around downtown. So, but we did walk around downtown for like 2 days straight. So, and we're probably
Gonna walk
gonna walk some more. So, We don't know, but the Sardine was dope. What was I forgot the bartender's name that let us in.
Shit, I don't. But he
Um,
had some nice sideburns.
yeah, the bartender.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see his sideburns.
I mean, they weren't like too low, but they were like
Oh,
low
he just
enough.
got little burns.
Yeah, little burns.
Little yeah,
Mr. Burns.
little baby burns. Yeah. But no, he was nice.
Great guy.
Was it like Tyler or something? I met somebody
I don't
that
think
was
that's
very
right at all.
No, I met somebody that was like extremely close to my name. I think it was part of one of the other bands actually, but it'll come to me. But big shout out to the Sardine and that guy. I'm sorry that I forgot your name, but so a band called Saint Shivers opened
Dude,
the
those
show.
fucking guys are nuts.
And Saint Shivers, they were kind of like a surf rock band. And
it just increased.
yeah, the whole show, it was like you had your like, and I don't want to like, I don't mean this in any bad way, but it was like surf rock. You're at the first couple songs, but then everything got weirder and weirder, and it's almost like
It got heavy.
their identity set in. Like every song was more and more unique.
Because I was trying to understand the trying to fit the music and the name, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they had vinyls and stuff. And I was like, okay, you want to one up us,
Oh
assholes?
no, they one upped us with that suitcase.
Oh yeah. We could have one upped them with your suitcase though.
But no, like I was trying to, because sometimes the band name doesn't fit the sound. But I was I was like, this is not what I imagined from that name. And then towards the end, it was like, oh, I changed my mind.
I love that. That's a dope name though.
No,
Saint Shivers.
it was awesome. They're really all three of them are really good.
Yeah, it was Kelsey, Grant, and then the bass player was. See, I didn't talk to him as much.
No, I didn't either.
He didn't really say much.
No.
I remember almost.
He was nice though.
Yeah, he was very nice. Before I forget this guy's name, but sound guy, Chewy, thank you. It was swell working with you. Always got to shout out the sound guy because, symbiosis and whatnot between musicians and sound. But we played after St. Shivers, and I think we played a pretty decent show. It was much needed after the stress of the van and everything, and got to actually do what we fucking do, our duty to fucking humanity.
Said duty.
I did. But we got to do our duty, and that was fucking swell, and we really fucking needed it. And it's just now the spiral is not starting to happen. I'm pretty level, but it's like every day that goes on, I'm like, dude, come on, let's fucking do what we came here to do.
Yeah.
It gets a little difficult, and stressful whenever you don't get to fucking play your shit, do your job, and play your instrument and whatnot. But after we played, there was a band called Feral Means, and
those guys were dope too.
They were pretty dope too. They were from Brian was the lead singer and guitar player. I remember that, and Tyler, I think was the drummer.
Oh yeah, okay, there's that.
And then the bass player. See, I don't know. Why bass players are quiet people, I feel like, most of the time, and they don't talk as much. Because I don't remember the bass player of both bands' names. I remember their faces. I even told them, I was like, I'm not going to remember your name, but I'm going to remember your face. And I do. I just wish I could say their face, which is impossible. But, yeah, they were fucking awesome. We're starting to get crowded. I think the beach is starting to get a little more busy. But yeah, Brian, Tyler, they were pretty dope. They had like they weren't like surfy. I don't even know how to describe them. They were like punkish in a way, like almost like clean punk. Not like clean as in. Yeah, it was like I guess it was just like rock. it wasn't punk, but it had like a punk rock aura to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it was very like, I don't know, just with the lyric, the vocals, and the drive to it was very punkish and rockish. But he had some fuzz tones. He actually, and I said this to you the other night. I was like, he when he was sound checking, he had one of the most textural, like skin crawling fuzz tones to his guitar, and then it kind of, I don't know what he was using, but he didn't continue to use what he was using, and it kind of was like, dude, you turn that back on, whatever that is, do it, because it was fucking awesome. But also, it could have been not applicable to every song or
Right.
groove or whatever, and what have you. But yeah. So now we are at day 6, halfway through day 6, and like I said, we're back here at the Cabrillo Beach. Back here, as in when we got kicked out.
No, I think this would be day 7.
No, because we left on Sunday, so I guess that would be 8. Yeah, you're right. Day 7. The 8th day would be so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, we are on day 7. I don't know how to count. I can see numbers apparently from very far away with 11201, but I don't know how to count for some reason. But I mentioned we were back at Cabrillo Beach because when we got kicked out of the harbor parking lot on day 4, we came to the beach in the morning, and I slept for a little bit, and Space Camp went and touched the beach with his feet and hands, maybe, I don't know, and smoked him a bleezy, a bleezy in the
Nobody was here
breezy.
at that time, so I got to.
Well, I don't think anybody. It's California. I don't think anybody would give a shit if you were smoking a bleezy in the breezy. Wheezy?
Children.
Oh well, kids need to start smoking weed earlier.
Start feeding them THC.
She's like my dog. It's like every time my dog is bad now, I just want to feed her weed now. Because then she's a good dog. Because she's
half brain dead.
Yeah, brain dead and unconscious drooling. But she's a good dog. She's I'm kidding too.
She's not a
PETA,
good dog.
If you're listening to this.
No, I was kidding.
She's not a great dog yet, but she's still a puppy. But we go over this every episode. She's doing it. She's doing it. But
I love on her more, but she pees everywhere.
Yeah, she pees on literally everybody.
I get pissed on that. At least my shoes do.
No, she doesn't piss on people. She'll piss because she's excited to see somebody, and then she'll waller in it.
Yeah.
So she's covered in piss. She's just like, ah.
I'm like, God, why do you enjoy that?
Shit.
I know she can't help.
Everybody's got their kink.
She's like, yeah.
She's into
you
water.
Love me if I roll around in my piss.
She's into autoerotic water sports. No.
Start skiing in her own urine.
For sure. But no, I guess we can go ahead and we'll do this fiction real quick. Now, do you remember when we were the night we got to that truck stop in the desert?
Yes.
You were like, I don't know if you can hear this helicopter, but I'm gonna wait for a second. Let it pass. I don't know how good these mics are. I don't really pay that much attention to them. This is the first time I've used them in a good while. Other than the other episodes, obviously. But no, you remember whenever you seen that lizard, you brought that video back.
Oh yeah, he was hanging around with a rat.
Well, I went over there after you went to sleep because I had to piss, and the lizard was still there. So I got a
fucking eating money.
I got a well, yeah, he kept hitting the vending machine trying to get things to fall. I think one of his like little snack wraps got trapped in there, and he was bumping the thing to get it because the little thing on the snack machine. And he was like, "Hey man, do you got a quarter? I need to get another." No, I'm just kidding.
He's just fucking no, but he was like getting into it.
Yeah. No, but I seen him too, so I took a little video.
Did you see he was missing part of his tail?
I didn't actually. I do have I zoomed. I got really close to him with the video, but then I also took that picture of the sign that said poisonous insects and animals
Because
inhabit
you
the
never
area.
see that ever.
Yeah, but I'm saying like I was really close, not really close to that lizard, but it's like, do we even like think that that lizard might be one of those poisonous
It could have
animals
been.
that was in no, it was the ground squirrels.
Well,
They were poisonous,
yeah.
poisonous ground squirrels. But um no so whenever I filmed it, I just like was saying stuff like to the camera. I think I only said like one thing, but I was like, that's a good band name. And then we drove through that inspection station. You remember that? Where we didn't end up getting inspected, but there's a place in the desert that we were like, it was like all vehicles must stop or whatever. And you were like, I wonder what they're looking for. And then I was like, probably illegal immigrants or something because it wasn't like drug related or anything. I don't know, so don't think I know what I'm talking about.
So many electric vehicles out here.
Yeah, everybody's got a Tesla here, but or whatever. I feel like it's like Band-Aid. Like a Band-Aid isn't a Band-Aid. A Band-Aid is the name brand of an adhesive bandage, but everybody calls a Band-Aid a Band-Aid. Or everybody calls an adhesive Band-Aid or an adhesive bandage a Band-Aid. Like everybody calls a Kleenex or a tissue a Kleenex whenever Kleenex is actually just the name brand of a nasal tissue. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying,
Jesus,
what I'm
that was complex.
or yeah,
I get it though, but holy fuck.
but what I'm saying is like I feel like I personally am like, oh, that electric car is a Tesla. Like even though it might not be a Tesla, it's just an electric car. But Tesla's, yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
get what
like,
I'm saying.
well, we saw a Ford electric truck the other day.
It was like,
Yeah, that sounded like a damn spaceship.
dude. Yeah, that shit's crazy. I kind of want one, but at the same time, I don't know because you have to let them charge for like hours. So imagine going to
I
a
mean,
gas station and
right.
having to sit there for like 2 hours. That's probably an exaggeration. I don't really know, um, but back to my fiction.
Here we are killing the environment with gasoline.
Yeah. Wait, but it's got to be what do you call it the um what the lesser of two evils because you got to think like the lithium batteries in a electric car are being have cobalt in them that are being mined by children in impoverished Congo
Right.
nations. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you just kind of have to decide what you want to like fuck up. You want to fuck up Congolese children, or do you want to fuck up the environment?
I
don't know.
Jeez.
We're also not scientists or
We're musicians.
sociology
We still
majors
fuck up
or,
that sometimes.
yeah. Hey, you got to. You got
I know.
to. But no, I seen the lizard. We'll get back to that. And so I had that, and then we got through the thing. Got through the like checkpoint station, and so and I obviously don't mean any offense to this because I just thought it was a funny band name. Like I said, we're musicians. We're not political majors or anything. But this is Phantom Sam and the Fictions. Fictitious band name for today. Actually, it's one for the 3 days. But fictitious band name. Big Boy Lizard and the Mexican. Let me start that. It's kind of hard to say. Tip of the tongue, teeth in the lips. Big Boy Lizard and the Mexican Inspections.
Dude,
What do you think? I feel like there's like a Johnny Be Good kind of vibe to it, like the Coffins, in a weird way.
Yeah.
Like Big Boy Lizard and
With
the Mexican
like a hint
Inspections.
of like Frankie and the Witch Fingers with fucking King Gizzard.
It's like that. Like I feel like it's got that like. I got a mustache. I got a hand grenade in my pocket, baby. You know what I mean?
Hand grenade.
I don't know. there was an old band called Mustache that me and my buddy were into back in like junior high, but
Dude,
they're
that's
like that,
dope.
like heavy.
Did they
rock.
have really good mustaches?
Yeah, I think I got a mustache. They were very like
Frank Beard from ZZ Top never had a beard, and his last name was
beard, but he's
Beard.
beardless.
Dude.
No, it's just kind of like I feel like I feel like they do. They have that like almost like rockabilly in a way, but maybe
Billies.
but maybe like, ooh, what if they had like just from like Mexican inspections? What if it was a core three-piece rockabilly band, like bass, drums, guitar, but then the Mexican inspections were the backing band, and they were a mariachi band. So there was like Latin
I dig it.
behind it. So yeah, Big Boy Lizard and the Mexican inspections, and they would open for. Who would they open for? They would I feel like they would be the feature act. They would be the middle, and then like Hermanos Gutierrez, and then the John Spencer Blues Explosion. Have you ever heard the John Spencer Blues Explosion?
I think so.
They're like a heavy blues rock band, but with the orchestra. It's fucking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got bell bottoms. Bell bottoms. It's great. There's a song called Bell Bottoms, and that's honestly the only song I know by them, but it's so amazing. But yeah, just like something like that. Big Boy Lizard and the Mexican inspections. Yeah, dude. And it would be like, what, are you going to sneeze?
I might.
Don't sneeze in the mic. Bless you,
Shit.
bless you, bless you. You know, it'd be kind of funny if I just ended it at that sneeze. Oh, I can't now. We got to do something cool to start the other episode with.
Oh, I thought we were gonna get out back.
Oh, we didn't even. Well, now you told them what we're gonna do. Now
we gotta bleep that out.
Well, no, we can't bleep it out now. 282. I don't know why I said that. We're gonna go ride the tour coach, but
tour coach. Tour about me, coach.
Shit. Well, guys, that really kind of covers the last 3 days. Is there anything else we're forgetting?
Weird bird.
The crows are huge here. They got seagulls.
Saggles.
Yeah. Which, I mean, we experienced seagulls in Detroit, though, up in the Great Lakes area. That was kind of wild. But this is just weird. I don't want to move the camera. I wish I could show you the camera. I might post some photos. Yeah, when you pull it off, it'll probably clip the mic. You know that? Like, you're going to pull the clip off. It's going to clip the mic. The clip's going to clip it.
You clip.
I don't know. But, nah, dude. Beach life, man. Got to get that beach bod. It's kind of wild.
Beach bod.
I don't know. I think we should just get out.
Just get out.
Yeah. We'll just do it again. We'll recycle this bit, and then we'll do the next bit on the next day. But any last words for this day?
No.
Are we forgetting anything?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, I guess there you have it, folks.
You folk roonies.
Oh, my pin is under my ass.
His pin's in his ass. Hey, Brandon, I got you beat.
We're gonna put 2 handles on that. We can hold it. We can hold it together. I don't even think you had that up to your that mic. Up
Nope,
your face
I did not. I just realized that.
So why don't we repeat what you just said, just in case?
Hey, Brandon, we beat you.
We're gonna put 2 handles on that shit so we can all hold it together.
We should leave that all in.
Well, I will.
Okay,
Absolutely.
cool.
Yeah. I'm not editing anything.
Why am I putting my seatbelt on?
Because you got to be safe. This is a wild ride of a podcast. This is Steve-O's wild ride. No, also, look how sketchy this little...
Vegan whippets.
Do you see how sketchy this is?
What?
I realized, like the bottom half of your face yesterday and my face on the past episodes have been cut off by this. so I lifted it a little bit, because I haven't really been reviewing them. So I was like, I'm gonna try to raise the camera so we can see both of us clearly.
I kind of like how it covered our face though with the steering wheel. It's kind of dope.
I mean, it's still like probably at my chin, but it's we got to make this presentable for everybody here. But guys, what did we say? We're back at the Cabrillo. Day 8. I even wrote it down. But this is day 8, and we're back at the Cabrillo beach for the 3rd time, and because we don't know where else to go,
and it's safe out here,
and it's very safe. Yeah,
and pretty. So, and there's a bathroom.
Yeah, that I just
demolished.
I'm not gonna say what
I demolished it the last 2 days,
but I didn't ask for consent. I took this toilet for what?
You see all the toilet paper rolls just on the ceiling and shit?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, dude, they're like stuck, like like a spit wad, but there's a spit wad of toilet paper roll all over the ceiling.
It's probably because like all the water in there. Because I don't know if you've been to a beach bathroom, but there's like an inch of water all over the floor, and I'm assuming it's salt water because all the you see all the nuts and bolts on the what do you call it, like the stall doors and stuff, they're just all rusted out. It's like, dude, how do they upkeep with this shit? Well, it doesn't look like they upkeep with it, to be real with you, but it's a beach bathroom.
At least they're not, toilet's not clogged.
Well, dude, those toilets in there have like the hardest suction. If you give that,
because they're a fucking jail fucking toilet.
Metal toilets, yeah. Metal toilets.
If you clog those, you did that on purpose.
I was definitely trying, and I did not succeed. But yeah, I feel like you're kind of right. This is kind of like a jailhouse toilet. It's like if you're gonna flush drugs down any toilet, it's got to be that one.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And I've been kind of watching this documentary. I guess Angie's getting me into documentaries and shit. Just I don't know. I'm just getting bored with the same shit I watch all the time, except for like Trailer Park Boys and shit like that. But it was about I can't remember where it was, but it's about inmates getting the chance to start a community inside the pod, right? So there won't be no guards.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I forget what that's called.
But like there were no guards, no nothing. Like just they obviously they'll bring them their food and stuff and let them deal it out and whatnot.
That wasn't an episode or a season of 60 Days In.
No, it was a totally different thing.
60 Days In is pretty.
That was good too. Yeah,
I watched every season of that.
I haven't. There was some that were like I can't remember. It was like they were like Tampa or like the side ones, like just secluded into like just one city.
Well, the show you're talking about?
Yeah, 60 days. No, I'm talking about 6 days in.
60 Days In is always usually at a new prison.
Yeah,
because the actual inmates catch on and they'll like beat your ass and kill you and shit if they know you're on the show, or they'll like be weird to you.
How do they not suspect anything with all these damn cameras? Unless they're the cameras that they're using in the actual jail.
I forgot what it is. No, they're using hidden cameras.
It's fucking sketch.
They'll. I think that at least the original one, they were disguising it as like a inmate documentary. It wasn't 60 Days In. Like they didn't know the whole shtick of the show, like putting random people in the show to act like inmates. They didn't know about that aspect of it.
Wow, so they were just they're just documenting us.
Documenting.
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 Why is that so hard to say?
It's not. It's only for you. Documentary. But no. So yeah, we did our episode yesterday, and we were here at the Cabrillo Beach, and then we went back to our trusty parking lot, and we what all did we do? We just pretty much we went to investigate those motels. You remember that?
Well, I know what we did last night. We found that
Well,
fucking.
we'll get there.
Okay.
We're trying to do this I want to do this
Okay.
chronologically. So we go and pretty much investigate these hotels. I don't even remember what we did between here and there, to be honest. I can't even remember. But that's beside the point. We went and investigated those motels because we found some cheap motels, and they were like $75
You
a
get your
night.
money's worth.
You definitely get what you paid for. It was sketchy as all get out. I'm not going to name the names of the motels,
Dude,
though.
and there was one of them. There was a crackhead. I think he was actually talking to his dude.
I mean, what else do crackheads do?
Yeah,
They either
dude.
talk to their dude or themselves. So, but no, it was no shade at crackheads. You do you guys, if you're into that.
It was scary.
Yeah, it was like just one of those where there was like hoodlums hanging out. You know what I mean? Just like
They just might beat you up and just take your pocket change.
yeah, I feel like you don't go to a motel where people are hanging out outside. You know what I mean? Especially if it's like, I feel like a Motel 6, like like an actual like plaza motel where it's like the doors are all on the outside, like a normal like old retro motel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like that's okay because you have like your own little porch. But like when it's like a motel like boarding house type of vibe where it was like a stoop and then one door go into a building and all the rooms were in the building.
Yeah.
If people are hanging out outside, that's weird, in my opinion. Sketch. Because I don't know how to really explain how that goes, but we did procure a motel for Monday night so we can backpack our way through the city and go to the motel after we drop the van off.
You've actually looked pictures. Oh, even though you've looked pictures at it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I seen pictures of the inside of the rooms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool, because
I don't know
it was like a what 111 something.
It was like, I think it was like $115.
Well, yeah, at the lake, that's normal for like a cheap motel too.
Yeah.
So that's a little more comforting.
Yeah, and we don't need anything special.
And yeah, and then they're not that great of rooms either.
Yeah, I'm not like picky. I just don't want to. I don't want bed bugs or to be stabbed.
Yeah,
You know
or
what I
wake
mean?
up with a needle in my leg or some shit.
Yeah, or like one less kidney.
Yeah, wake up in the bathtub on
Yeah.
ice.
It's like, oh, why does my side hurt? Why am I peeing blood? I mean, I do that anyway, but why am I peeing more blood than usual? No, but the fuck am I saying? Yeah, I haven't had all the coffee in the that I need in order to operate yet. But you can see me. I'm just pulling the grounds off the side of my cup and eating them.
He's like a psycho.
It is. I'm rubbing it on my gum.
Like numb it.
Nah, but yeah. So we pretty much went and investigated these motels, and then we came back to the van, procured the actual room that we got for Monday night, and then I think we just ate and hung out, and then we left again, and we were, and now we're to the point that you were talking about, trying to bring up earlier. We're walking down the street, and this is what is kind of funny about this is I had the guy from Undergrounds Productions, Ian Potter. He was the curly-headed tall guy that bought a shirt. I don't know if you remember that guy. There's two Ians. Ian, the sound guy with the mask on his face, and then there was Ian Potter, the tall with the tight curly hair. I don't know.
Glasses.
Glasses. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Tall, skinny guy. He messaged me yesterday, and he was like, he's like, I just want to let you guys know that I really enjoyed your show, and you guys rock. And are you guys out? Are you guys in Kansas City playing a show on Make Music Day, National Make Music Day? I didn't even know what the fuck that was. I'd never heard of it, and I didn't know that it was National Make Music Day. And I was like,
Is that what we ran into?
Yeah, that's exactly
what
I ran into. And so I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, man, that kind of sucks. That makes me really want to make some music. And then, and obviously, as you guys know, we're trapped in LA with nothing to do, and there's only so much you can do in LA with no money. So we've just been kind of bored. So we were like walking around, and we stop at this. It was like a movie theater antique store type of thing. It had like old record players and stuff.
This part's so funny.
Yeah. And I see this. I'm looking in the windows because they have like old movie cameras and old record players and just antiques that are like right up my alley. I love it. It was just like neon signs and shit, but it wasn't open. But they had a sign on the window, and it was like a schedule for Make Music Day, and I was like, June 21st, Make Music Day. That's today.
This has been going on all day. Yeah, all of it.
It's literally, and it's like 8 o'clock by now, I think. Like, yeah,
it was almost 9.
No, I think we left at 9. I may be wrong. It doesn't matter the time, but it was literally the end of the day, and all of these musical events had been going on over the whole course of the day, and we had no idea. And I see this one, and it's like open music jam at this place called Collage. And so I'm sitting there, and this is how big of an idiot I am.
We kind of both are idiots.
Yeah,
for this one.
But I start looking at my phone, and I'm like, first off, I was like, where's the college at?
I said the same too.
And so I'm looking for this college in San Pedro, and there's no college in San Pedro. And then I realized it's an A, not an E, and I was like, oh, that's Collage. And so I start Googling where Collage is, and Space Camp's like looking around while I'm trying to Google this place. And he's like, I think we're like, this is how big of idiots we are. And he points up, and we're literally
standing right next to it.
Yeah, it's like the antique store that we're looking at, and then Collage is literally
the funniest thing.
And what got me is he's like, yeah, I heard music. And then I look over, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, I hear music too. And there's literally, the door was open, people were jamming, and there's 2 musicians holding instruments standing right outside.
That was the funniest thing. We couldn't be more blonde.
Yeah, and it was just a huge brain fart.
Huge.
But we ended up, huge. We ended up going in there, and they were just playing all like jazz standards and stuff, and like we don't know. We know jazz. We don't know how to play jazz standards.
No, but very interested after last night.
I feel like we can put jazz flair on things, but do we actually understand jazz?
Absolutely fucking not.
But what better way than to just how do you say? Yeah, exactly.
We literally got thrown to the wolves on this one.
Put yourself in the thick of it, and
the thick of it,
and just fucking. This is the thing though. That everyone was so nice, and I said this to you earlier, Space Camp, but that's what's always confuses me about jazz is so loose and how do you say, like it's the pinnacle of improvisation, but everyone is so like huge sticklers about it, and everything has to be like perfect, on point. It's
very
like,
petite.
Yeah, particular, or petite is a word for small.
Oh,
yeah. It's like that's a petite Jesus. That's a good band name, Petite Jesus. Anyways, but
handheld Jesus.
Or they're just very particular, and they're very like almost like drill sergeant like Whiplash and shit. They're like this. They were very nice about it though, except for one fellow, but I'm not going to mention who or what instrument he played, because that's beside the point.
But from there it all started. It was like the drummer was like, "Is there any drummers in here?"
Yeah.
He said it like twice. I was like, "Fuck!" I'll raise my hand. And it was because obviously I was a little nervous because it's jazz. And it was like, and if I know anything, it's more funk based at
Yeah,
the
but
moment.
funk and jazz
Fit.
are very like are very akin to one another.
That's why I was like, oh, I could do it if I, just throw a little jazz flair on because that's all I know how to do when it comes to jazz.
Yeah, I feel like all funk is like blues, jazz, and like rhythm essentially in one thing. Like it's very similar.
Yeah, but
But
that was cool.
yeah, it was pretty fun. I got up there and played guitar too, and the guy's guitar
He
was
was like
rather
the drummer.
weird.
He was like, "Thank God you're here."
Well, because he was the only one.
Yeah, I guess it seemed like he'd been playing for hours.
Well, actually, like when we don't have to talk about this, but whenever you left and I was still in there, he was like the drummer even said I heard him say he was like, "So are we just playing until the cops come?" I don't, and he's just like looking around the room like, "What do we have to continue to do we have to keep doing this?" And I was like, "Shit, man."
He's like,
But
"Is it over?"
yeah, and the violin player lady,
That was
she was
interesting.
pretty cool. She was good. She had a nice violin tone. It was almost like a trumpet.
Dude,
It was
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
weird.
dude.
Yeah. Like when she like rang out her first note and like the first note you heard, it was like it sounded like a fucking trumpet and I was like I literally like did this cuz I was kind of like just fixated on like I watch the drummers a lot cuz drumming is the most interesting thing to watch.
Yes.
There's the most movement to it and the keyboard. It's like there's not much to see when you look at a guitar player or a bass player because like it's more what you hear with that. But it's like drummers and keyboard players are way more interesting to watch play their instrument. And so I was just fixated on the drummer because he was
He was
fucking
really
dope.
good.
You could tell he'd been playing jazz though his entire life.
Oh my god, yeah, dude. He had been playing fucking drums
Like
40 years.
yeah, he ate jazz for breakfast.
Yeah, dude, and shit funk.
Yeah. Well,
Because he did have some funky licks in there too.
yeah, that's what I love about jazz drumming though is it's so and this is what I like about jazz drumming and Afrobeat drumming are very similar. Like Tony Allen from Fela Kuti's band, when you watch him just play the drums, it's like he just it you know it's calculated and that he's like but also like he's feeling it, but it's calculated like as in like he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's playing and but it's it is unfollowable. Like you can't like you obviously can listen to him and watch him and you know what he's hitting, but it's like where's the structure to it? Like because normally you can find patterns in what people are playing and you can almost be like, oh, he's about to hit the ride or he's about to hit the crash here. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can almost like feel it and kind of like air drum it, but it's like that's so like there's so much improv and vibe to jazz drumming and Afrobeat drumming. It's like I don't know. It's just like because every measure he'll hit like the snare twice on one measure, and then in that same spot where you would anticipate him to hit the snare twice again on the next measure, he would do once and like leave a ghost note, or he would accent it with like the ride or something, or like you know what I'm saying? It's like it's very like gelatinous. I don't know how to explain it. It's very liquid and unpredictable. It's kind of fun, you know. I like it. He's for the guitar player too. Couldn't really hear him until the very end, and what I heard of him, he's pretty good. He's pretty decent. I wanted to ask him so many questions, just because like there's some like things that like he like I don't even know how to explain it. Like how he'll run out of a chord is kind of interesting, but it was like very standard jazz. Like it wasn't anything crazy, but it was something I've never been able to like understand because I'm not a traditional type of guy. I don't understand these things sometimes.
Right.
But I'm like, dude, how do you run out of that chord, or how do you do this or do that? Because he seemed like he'd been at least playing jazz guitar for. I mean, he looked like if Father Time cut his hair. You know what I mean? He was very. He looked like not Dennis McKenna. He looked like maybe it was Dennis McKenna. No, Paul Stamets. I don't know if you know who Paul Stamets is. He's the mushroom guy. He's like a mushroom scientist. That's who he looked like. Paul Stamets without his hat, but it's pretty cool. And then the Spanish lady. Remember that? That was
Oh
fun.
yeah, that's funny.
She did a song in Spanish, and it was very political and very scary. Ooh, a big old crow. Ooh, he got that. There's a big crow in the parking lot. He got himself a Cheeto. Is that what is that?
Orange.
Oh man, he's a very health conscious crow.
He's orange gone.
Oh man, he's
He
good.
just explodes.
He's incendiary. The incendiary.
Dude, that's terrible.
Yeah. But no, yeah, there's a Spanish lady, and she did a song in Spanish, and it was pretty much just a huge protest song, which was cool if you know the state of the world and the state of um, the city that we're in at the moment in time. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, I don't want to get too political about it, but it was very interesting.
Singing cars.
Singing cars. Oh yeah. What the fuck was that van? There was like a
Yeah,
car
dude,
earlier.
I swear it was a music box, dude. It had to have been a music box.
It sounded like the trumpet, like the heavens trumpets. Like it was really weird.
It was like
It was
future.
it was an electric car, and it rolled up, and it was just like,
Yeah, I was like, guys, Jesus here.
yeah. It should have. I feel like it should have been like
Jesus
glowing.
pulls out.
Yeah.
He gets out of the vehicle, gold chain on and shit.
Yeah, I feel like it should have been glowing gold or something, but no, it was just some Indian man and an SUV. It was kind of wild. There's a lot of electric vehicles here. We keep talking about that, so sorry, but uh, no, but it's kind of funny because I was talking to Nichelle. It's Nichelle's birthday today, so happy birthday, Nichelle, the love of my
Happy
life.
birthday, landlord.
Yeah.
That's so funny
She's
to
kind of my
say that.
landlord too, to be honest.
That's kind of funny to tell.
She's actually
to say
not my
that.
landlord. She's pretty much my life lord.
No,
She-
you're her servant.
I don't want to say that because I'll fucking
She is
fight
your
her.
queen. Peasant.
I'm more of a jester, not a peasant. I entertain her, and she.
A jester.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
what?
that's
No,
the only reason why you're not dead.
no. I'm not her jester. I'm her bard. That's what it is. The jester like it juggles and shit. I play music. I play the lute for her. That's what a bard does. Do bard things, but
That's so
yeah,
awesome.
it's kind of funny because I was on the phone with her, and we kind of get into like not heated conversations, but like very volatile. I want to say, like when you mix two things together that probably shouldn't be mixed, and you're just like waiting for it to explode. So you kind of have to like not walk on eggshells, but like it's a very fragile conversation because she gets super heated about like politics and stuff like that and like social issues. And sometimes I act like I know what I'm talking about and I don't, and it pisses her off. I don't mean to, but she literally was like, because I was telling her, I was like, there's a lot of like politics here, and people really, you know, are really passionate about like the state of the world
This
and
is
shit.
funny.
And she's like, well, we're from Missouri and we're just cultureless mayonnaise people. And I thought that was the best thing ever.
11202.
11202. It's our free trolley ride in San Pedro. That almost rhymed, but it didn't quite. It wasn't even a near rhyme, but yeah, so Missouri, sorry, we're cultureless mayonnaise people. I even wrote that down because I wanted to remember it, but don't look at this, by the way. I have my fiction on it. I don't want you to see it. You probably
I
already read it.
don't know. It's forbidden. I can't even see it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Probably made it more visible. No, yes, we found this jazz joint, and then we kind of like bounced out of there, and now we're. I mean, oh, I forgot about that chord progression. I know nobody. If you don't know anything about music, you probably won't understand this, but it's so weird to like. You start to realize how like this chord progression, and you probably wouldn't understand this either. I don't know how much you know or understand about it, but it's like going from an F minor to a D flat, and then adding tension with a D minor 11th over it is the weirdest thing, and then resolving it with an F minor. Some Latin thing. But that blew my mind last night. I don't know why. It's such a the simplest things blow my mind. And when I find
because they're so simple, and you're like, man, I felt dumb. I didn't know this.
Yeah. And so that's what I pulled from that last night is a F minor to a D flat 7, D minor with the 11th over it, which is fucking wild. You just have to hear it. It's just crazy. And then you resolve it with another 4 measures of F minor. I forgot what the song was, but I think it was like a Latin or a Cajun song. And that's what that was what was kind of wild is when we left the van, I was like, I want to hear something I haven't heard before. Because we were behind the venue that we played at in a parking lot, and the music was good. Don't get me wrong. When I say that, I don't mean like this music sucks. You know what I mean? I just like, punk is punk,
You
surf
just
rock
want
is
something more
surf rock.
complicated.
I'm bored, and I want to hear something that's completely out of my wheelhouse. Yeah, like I want to hear some stuff that I don't want the people that I'm listening to be able to speak English. Like I know that sounds weird, but that's what I was looking for, and we got I think we got pretty close to it. I mean, we had the Spanish lady, but she also spoke English, which is beside the point. But it was all like Latin based jazz that they were doing, like a lot of it was standards, but it was like, I mean, we are in San Pedro, so it makes sense, but a lot of it was Latin based, and it was kind of fucking cool. We got pretty close to it. But yeah, I love it. It was almost the same feeling as walking in St. Paul, Minnesota to that one guy, that African guy playing the fucking marimba thing.
Oh yeah, dude.
That was wild. I love that shit.
Or I know this
Mike.
or the oh sorry. I know the poetry jam too, those.
Yeah, like that feeling. Walking into something you didn't expect.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of all of this. And yeah, dude. It's fucking wild. I thought that was interesting. Now that's become a joke to me now. Like I thought that was interesting. I thought that was wild. Sorry. But no, I do have
I think you
I mean
said it again.
what?
That's interesting.
I did. Everything's interesting. Travel is interesting. Connecting with strangers is crazy. Is insane to me. I love it. That's what the music is for. You know? It's I need to say something, and I need to get this off my chest, I think. And I was gonna save it, but I'm thinking about it. And a guy on YouTube made a comment, or
On what?
yesterday on YouTube on our newest episode, which is the Derek episode, and we didn't even say like, oh, and by the way, if you have any questions, we're gonna do the Q&A episode, so please ask all the questions, and we'll answer them in the next episode. But this guy, unwarranted, asked us a question, right? And I haven't answered it yet because it's really been making me think about it. I've been thinking about it since he asked it Thursday, like before our show, right? And you really got me thinking about this morning, and we don't have to talk about the situation because I know it's a sensitive situation. So, but what you said to me on the sidewalk about you know, when I mentioned like it's crazy that you're still in this band, I'll just go that far. We won't get into it, but the guy asked. He said, besides the music, pretty much what pushes you forward to keep going on the road and doing what you do. And I've been thinking about this the whole time. And I think the underlying answer or theme of all of this is just being out in it with these strangers and connecting with humanity and connecting with each other and looking out for each other and understanding and realizing that not everything that you see and hear uh, um, back home or on the other side of the world about issues and complications is necessarily true or false. You don't know, and it's we've experienced nothing but nice people, you know, and it's just I think what drives me forward, besides playing the music, is that overwhelming need to weave the web, like to do my part in humanity to connect us all. And I'm not talking about fucking social media and all that shit, but real, potent, organic, face to face, live in the flesh connection with people and understanding ourselves as a race of people through music. It's a very godly thing, and I feel like it's all of our duty to do that. And I know that's crazy. I know that sounds. I know I kind of went off the rails there for a second, but I've just really been thinking about that, and I don't even know if that's my answer.
Right.
I just wanted to talk about it because I didn't even mention it, and I just thought of it, and what you said to me this morning really got me thinking more about it because I'm just like, what pushes me forward, like what, and I you were like, what would I do without you? It's like, what would I do without you?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like we're out here doing it together, and we're holding each other up, like I said we should be doing, and I just I want to say too that I am thankful for you, not to be sappy, and I'm extremely proud of you for getting up on stage last night too, because that was gutsy, and that's what I feel like that's what you need to be doing is getting out there and fucking doing it even when you don't know how to do it. You know what I mean? For both of us. I mean,
I know,
I'm
like I
gonna.
didn't, I didn't even look up until like maybe I think you started playing for maybe like a minute. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, why does that sound so like? Why does that sound like Taylor? I look up and you're just playing some other dude's guitar. I was like, it is Taylor.
I almost went back to the van after we got off. I was like, I might go get my guitar and come back, but man, I don't know.
It was funny.
Yeah, because his guitar was all set up, but yeah. So I don't know if that's my answer to that guy's question, but I wanted to start. And I might finish that thought later. And I want you to think about that question too. What pushes you forward besides the music? Keeps us on the road? Because that's something good to know. Because it's very difficult. Like when you were
There's a
talking,
few things.
right? But and we'll stew on it, I think, because we've been going a long time, and I still have the fiction and stuff. But it's kind of wild to think, like, oh man, how you say, what the fuck was I just talking about? Oh, keeps you going, keeps you going. Fuck, I lost it, dude. Oh my god, I'm a fucking moron. I had it right there and I fucking forgot. I'm crazy. Anyways, I guess drop that. Let's just get into the fiction, I guess, and we'll go on with it. But um, um, so day 8, our Phantom Sam and the Fiction segment. I came up with this while I was taking a shit in the beach bathroom because I realized I didn't have one and I wanted one. And you might understand the backstory to this one if you were observant at all. But today's fictitious band name is the Paper Peepholes. First of all, do you understand what I'm meaning?
On the stalls.
Yeah. But backstory to the Paper Peepholes is there's like holes in the like glory holes almost in the stall walls. But there's just like people had stuffed toilet paper in them so they can't like peep through and watch you shit, I guess. And I seen those and I was like, paper peepholes. And then I seen all the rust and I was like, Rusty and the Paper Peepholes? I was like, nah, I already did a name in a band yesterday. But
It's so funny.
what do you think? What kind of music do you think the Paper Peepholes would play?
Banjos.
Paper. I feel like they'd be like to yes and your banjos. To me, they seem like dirty punk. Like I don't even know.
With banjos.
Yeah, with banjos. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, I'm not letting that go.
No. That's what I was trying to get at, but I forgot to put like dirty, like dirty backwoods punk, like almost like bluegrass punk. And they're just like they got dirty feet. They all play barefoot and
straw hats.
Straw hats. This is the thing. Oh my god, this is crazy. So straw hats, bare feet. They have overalls on, but they have like patches and buttons, like a punk jacket, like that kind of shit.
With different bands on.
Yeah, and like they're like the suspender part of the overalls have like studs and stuff.
That's
funny.
funny.
That'd be kind of cool. That's their aesthetic. So they would be backwoods bluegrass punk. That'd be dope.
It's fucking
yeah,
hilarious.
But who would they open for? That's the thing.
It sounds weird though, so I feel like Primus.
I feel like everybody we say opens up for Primus. Primus should just endorse us at this point somehow.
Les Claypool, if you see this,
be on our show.
Yeah,
show us your ways.
Slap in the biz.
Yeah, that'd be kind of wild. Even though it would be like pointless, because it'd just be I wouldn't even want to play with him. I just want to watch him play.
Yeah, dude.
Like, sorry, we can't keep up, but so you play and we'll
just watch.
Yeah, we'll film it and put it on the episode. But yeah, man. Primus and I don't know, man. I want to say like this something like the Sex Pistols or something. Like it has to be like a dirty. I don't know. Now I'm just thinking of yesterday's. I got a hand grenade in my pocket, baby. Nah. I guess we can just go with that, Primus. Anyways.
I thought we were gonna do the hand thing.
Space camp. Space camp. Space camp. What the fuck? Quit telling me what to do, dude. I'm just kidding. Holy shit. Yeah. We are in a cheap, dingy motel room.
It's not that bad.
There's literally no paint on the door. The paint is peeling off the door.
It's got character.
I mean, I suppose so, but
the curtains in great condition.
That's sarcasm, I hope. They're also wrinkly and probably have ball sweat on them, but We got a mini fridge and we got a microwave.
That thing's ancient.
We
My
have
grandma used to have one of those.
yeah. We have the camera is sitting atop a dresser that has 3. Well, I don't know. I guess it's an entertainment center. I was gonna say it's a 4-drawer dresser, but only has 3 and just a cubby hole. I don't know. I'm not quite.
No, it's an
certain,
entertainment.
but yeah, because it's got cord holes in the back, so it's kind of strange. But shower works great. I think it has a little bit of a water.
It's fine. I tested it earlier.
Yeah, I mean I've been laying on it, and it seems pretty comfortable so far. But
I mean, we literally sleep on a foam thing and a plywood.
Yeah, this is almost too fancy for me. I think. To be real with you, just given what we've been through, I feel like I don't deserve it. I feel like it's kind of weird. I don't know. It's strange. But yeah, so we're here at the Vagabond, live from the Vagabond Inn in San Pedro, Los Angeles, California.
We're still here.
We've been here since Wednesday, and it's now Monday. We've been here for almost a whole week, and that's fun, I guess. But I'm ready to move on, actually, to be real with you.
Yeah, dude.
I think Los Angeles is cool in theory, but it's like playing Grand Theft Auto. You can only throw so many Molotovs before you get bored of throwing Molotovs at hookers. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm done with this shit.
Well, what was that? We were talking about it. I don't remember who it was, but we were talking about it. It's like, I think I said it the last time. Never mind.
What?
It was like, oh yeah. It's like, yeah, I just killed that hooker and stole her money over on that corner.
Oh yeah. We've literally said something about Grand Theft Auto in every little day or snippet or.
I mean, but it's true though.
It is. It's very like
El Camino, more fucking true.
Lifted El Caminos with huge rims and blaring just fucking Snoop Dogg and shit and whatnot. It's crazy. But
saw one wearing a Raiders hat and said we got to go to his house, and then we come back with a crack addiction.
Yeah. But then what did I say? No, we don't come back with a crack addiction. We don't leave because of the crack addiction.
All our shit. You know how much crack we could get?
Shit, dude. We could get a lot of crack, especially for a van. Well, we could turn it into a crack van and start manufacturing the crack in the van. Dude, manufacturing crack manufacturing van. Hell yeah, that'd be dope. No, but this morning we woke up at the ass crack, dropped the van off at the shop.
Oh, you should tell them about your night in the barking crackheads.
Oh, that wasn't that crazy. That was like an instance. Like I literally got up to piss in the middle of the night, and it was like 3:30 something in the morning, and I was pissing in a parking lot, and there was just the same crackheads from when we went to sleep at like maybe midnight that were at the bus stop, still screaming at each other. And there was one that was like, oh my God, what was it? There was one that was on a bike, and he came up, and all I heard was like, "You fucking rat. You're a rat. Get out of here." And it's like, dude, quit screaming at the guy. I don't know. I don't care what he did, but you're literally driving a car with like a cage on the top of it, like a dog cage with astroturf.
Dude, that was so funny.
Or a lobster cage. I don't know. He could have been a fisherman for all I know. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was.
The
just
car
really
is so funny, dude. So funny.
Yeah, it was too short or shallow to be like anything. Like it was literally like a dresser drawer, like height. It wasn't like a dog cage.
No.
You know what I mean? But it was a cage, and it had like turf in it, like astroturf, fake grass. Yeah. And I was like, I don't even know what this is for.
Oh, he had dogs.
There was no dogs. There was no dog.
I saw. I saw. I think I don't know. I saw a dog in there that morning. Or this morning.
The cage I'm thinking of could not have fit a dog.
Oh, okay.
And it was on top, like fastened to the top of a car. And what's weird is that's not the only car that I've seen in San Pedro that had a cage like that. I seen another one that had a cage like that, and I don't know what it's for. Like, I don't think it's for. If it's for dogs, that's cruel. Because why would you put a dog in a cage on top of a car in the sun? You know what I mean?
Or it's like a small dog, just so he could run around and like get in the sun. Obviously, they probably wouldn't leave it in the sun for like long. You know, a dog's just like to bask in the sun.
Yeah, but this, if my memory serves me correctly, I don't feel like any dog could have fit in this cage. I may be wrong. I'll look it up and see if it's a thing after this, but because I am kind of curious about that. But no, no, we dropped the van off. We woke up and at the ass crack of the crackhead parking lot and ass crack manufacturing van. And then what did we do? We
walked around forever.
We found our way back to the San Pedro Cafe.
Sat there for like
at least 2 hours.
2 hours.
2.5 hours. Yeah. But it's a good place. They got a good coffee.
Ate a waffle.
Yeah, tell them about that fucking
That fucking waffle was delicious. I thought it was like a cinnamon apple, and it had like this like weird yogurt on it, and thought it was gonna be like a normal size waffle, but that motherfucker was huge. It was huge. I was like, good thing I just got this and not the whole combo. That would have been crazy.
I absolutely feel like I ruined my diet and gained 1,000 calories just watching you eat. It looked.
I just love that. He's like, I'm sorry, but I'm watching you eat this.
I enjoy it. It gives. I mean, it gives not watching you eat, but I enjoy watching other people eat things that I can't eat or I don't eat because I'm still jealous. I have that willpower in me to not eat it, but it's still like, I'm vicariously enjoying it through you.
You know what I mean? It was good, but
I'm. That's just how it is, man. But
it's just funny how you said it. I'm gonna want to eat that,
dude. And it was good. From my view, it was good.
The smell was like awesome.
Oh, I could smell it, and yes, I agree. I fucking think it smelled delicious, but the coffee was good. The only thing is I don't understand how I get that it had syrup and icing and yogurt sauce and shit all over, but it's like, dude, I cannot eat any kind of waffle or pancake or French toast without fucking butter and syrup.
Dude, it didn't need it.
I don't
like it had so much shit on it. I was like, that's just overload.
Yeah, I know. That's the point, though. I feel like if you're gonna eat that, you're gonna.
I should have put the butter on. That butter would have been.
The point is you eat it, you overload it so that you go to sleep afterwards. It's like I want that, dude. If I would have ate that, since I haven't had sugar and like added or processed sugar and so
sugar overload,
I would have passed out, like diabetic shock. I feel like because there was one time whenever it was probably not a couple months ago. It was probably like last year during like it was either like Mother's Day or Easter or something. I was like, I'm gonna have some sweets. Like I had some cheesecake and like some peanut butter fudge at my family's house, and I literally felt like shit. Like I literally was like, I just want to go home and go to sleep. Like I was so tired, and I had been awake for like 2 hours, and I was like, dude, it's weird.
It just like literally put your ass to sleep.
Yeah.
You went night.
Some people, when they eat a lot of sugar, it speeds them up. Sugar rush. Some people react completely differently, which makes them go to sleep, and that's how I am with it. But no, but yeah, the cafe was fucking dope. I got to piss so many times. You don't realize how fortunate you are to have a toilet, in your home. And whenever you're temporarily homeless on the streets of LA, which is kind of cool. Or not cool. I mean, so you have to buy a cup of coffee just to have a pot to piss in. But
It was interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, and then we were like, hey, this would be the perfect day to hit the free trolley to go
Oh,
to just go to the beach, and we could lay on the beach until, because I forgot to mention, I may have mentioned this in the last segment, but we had to wait till 3 to check into the hotel. So we were like, let's kill some time until we got to check in, and then we'll just walk to the hotel and we'll just fucking chill. But yeah, we get to the trolley, and it was kind of like the collage moment where we were like, where's the collage? And I'm sitting there, and we're at the trolley, and I'm like, here's the trolley schedule and like the route and everything, so we know where we're going, blah 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 blah. And we're like waiting. We're only waiting for like, we've been there for like 5 minutes. We haven't really been there that long. And then he points at the thing, and he's like, or at the schedule, and it's like, yeah, it only runs Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I don't know about you, but Monday isn't Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so we just like sat there where at the trolley spot. We still sat there.
And I charged my phone, which was the craziest thing. Like how they just have plugins around like that.
You know, we're getting bored with LA whenever that's the highlight of your day. Is you're like, I got to charge my phone on the street, dude. That's what's up.
Well, at this point, like, yeah, if you ever go to San Pedro and you need a guide, we got you.
I feel like we know. I feel like we know a good, at least the downtown San Pedro. I know it very well for only being here for
Yeah, dude.
a little less than a
that
week.
AutoZone was like,
oh yeah, it's a good reference point.
yeah,
for sure.
Oh, and that 7-Eleven.
I'm not gonna lie. There was a couple times today though that I overshot. Like I was like, it's the next street, and then I was like, oh shit. But I was also carrying a bunch of shit and like in the hot sun, and I was like, I started to get a little like, this was a bad idea. I was like, we should just kill ourselves. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. So we were trolleyless in San Pedro. We didn't get to take the trolley. We should have done it when we first talked about it, and we fucking fucked up. So here's a lesson to everybody out there: when you want to do something, fucking just do it and don't think about it, because it's gonna, next thing you know, it's gonna be a Monday and not a Friday, Saturday, or
Sunday. Yeah, this shit.
But we got to take showers. I don't know if you see how sunburnt we are and hair wet.
Really...
I'm kind of a little bit. My face
itchy. I'm definitely itchy.
My face is burnt, definitely. It's at least red a little bit, but I was already tan a little bit.
Definitely tell that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean that's everybody though. You know what I mean? What's crazy is I washed my feet and the black didn't come off of my feet. I literally like scrubbed the bottoms of my feet, and I think they're permanently black on the bottom. It's kind of fucked, but I think it is what it is. Because I scrubbed.
Might be calluses.
I mean that very well could be too. But I literally was like scrubbing.
You've gotten to the point where now your calluses become black,
and there's like all sorts of blisters on the bottom of my feet though too, because
yeah, that ground's hot.
No, I mean I think it's more so from I wore little spots in my fucking sandals today just because we're just walking so much. It's kind of fucking crazy. And like I started getting like a sore on my back from my backpack too, because I had all those cans in it. And I was like, dude, this fucking sucks, but we fucking did it, and we're doing it, and that's what matters. But yeah, we got to take fucking showers, and that's cool. I had to wash that Mojave off of ourselves before we have to go and cake ourselves with Mojave again. But
dude,
fun stuff. Right?
I don't want to do it again.
Yeah,
fucking sucks.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we're taking a little bit different route, but I think on the way back home completely from Lancaster is probably going to be the same route. Definitely. Or at least a stretch of it is going to be. But part of me wants to take a more main highway just so I'm hoping there'll be like more stuff. And so we're not just like driving through just like endless stretches of just wasteland. That's fucking weird to me, man.
No, it was just like we're gonna die.
I'm honestly, if it wasn't so hot, I would. If it wasn't so hot and you couldn't sleep during the day, I would literally probably sleep during the day. On the way home, I would sleep in the daytime and drive at night because it's fucking brutal, dude. Like my feet, like I said, like I got blisters on my ankles from driving in that heat. It's
Right.
fucking crazy, dude. It's fucking wild. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are we doing here? I purposely wanted the camera to be kind of facing the open window because I wanted to just see like people walking by. I don't know why. I think it's cool.
He's looking at the camera and just be like, "What these fucking idiots
Yeah,
doing?"
I don't give a shit. I mean, we were at a busy beach doing this in a van, and there's no way people didn't know what we were doing. Like, we're just sitting here talking into holding little robot wieners, little robot.
Robot.
They're like if you gotta admit that this little microphone is kind of like a little Smoky in the microphone realm. Yeah, if
Some barbecue sauce on that shit.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
a little Smoky, yeah, dude. My grandma used to make little Smokies. You know oh, what is it?
Pigs in a blanket.
No. Like instead of
I
barbecue
remember
sauce,
those too.
like the homemade barbecue sauce, like old folks used to make the little Smokies out of like grape jelly and ketchup and stuff.
Yes.
That fucking shit sucks, dude. I don't give a shit what you think. I fucking think it sucks. I do. No, I haven't had it. I haven't had it since I was a kid. And when my mom was like, "It's made with grape jelly and ketchup or something," I don't even know if that's actually the actual
Probably grape
ingredient.
jelly and barbecue sauce.
It's definitely grape jelly. I don't know. Hey, comments. Grape jelly with ketchup, grape jelly barbecue sauce, grape jelly anything. What's the old-fashioned little Smoky recipe sauce? Go? But
Smoking,
these microphones are the little Smokies of the
dude.
little wieners, little weenies.
So let me ask you this question.
Sure.
We had this last time we went on tour. What is the meal that you look forward to eating at the end of this?
It's the same.
Same.
Double banana pancake.
I
All
say
I've
it's the
been thinking
same.
about. All I've been thinking
I think
about.
it might be those fucking little Smokies now.
I fucking honestly,
Dude, I might do it.
when I'm at home, I usually eat a variation of the same thing every night, and I'm one of those people that like I never get tired of eating the same thing.
Oh yeah, same.
I cannot wait. I just want my Sunday meal. My Sunday meal is, and I'll break it down for you. It's roughly about a half a pound of ground turkey that Nichelle makes specifically. It's salt, pepper, onion, and sage with broccoli in it, which is turns it into like a turkey sausage, like a breakfast turkey sausage, but it's like a homemade seasoning and not just like pre-made turkey sausage. But it's about a half pound of turkey with broccoli, one avocado, 5 soft-boiled eggs, and a banana pancake. And that's what I want. But I want it to be a double banana pancake. That's what I'm waiting for. I love the banana pancake. It's delicious, especially the Sunday before I left, or before we left. I made it with mulberries instead of. I usually put blueberries in it. I made it with mulberries from the mulberry tree in my fucking yard, and it was the best. It was so good. I can't describe how amazing it feels to make something out of something that grew in your yard. Like I feel so self-sufficient, even though it's literally the only thing we have is mulberries. But it's really it feels good. What's yours? You said the little smokies, little weenies, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. And that's pretty cheap meal.
Yeah, that might be that.
Right now, it's those fucking sweet potatoes over there. That's what I want right now, which I'm going to after we're done filming, is eating this entire fucking can. I mean, obviously I'll share, but this entire fucking can of cut sweet potatoes, no sugar added. It's just sweet potatoes in water. And I'm gonna mix it with coffee. I'm just kidding. That'd be weird, but I'm obsessed with coffee. And um, but fuck yeah. What are you just gonna have little smokies? You're not gonna have anything.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't thought the rest about it yet.
Well, shit.
I was like, dude, that sounds good. And I don't know what else yet.
Yeah. Kind of funny. So I do have a fiction, but that I came up with earlier while we were waiting on the street. But I wanted to save that for last because that's fun. And but fun story. Whenever I was going to get coffee, I mean you were here, but I'm gonna tell it.
This.
But I do enjoy me a good stranger, a good talk with strangers, and pardon me. So I was down going in the lobby because the motel. The only downside is there's no coffee maker in the room, and honestly, first motel room I've ever been in that didn't have a coffee maker in the room. I've always had a coffee maker in the room.
You know what funny thing is?
What?
Like, motels inspired me to get the small coffee maker because I think
It's
they're
just
fucking dope.
It's just you though, too.
I know,
So it's
but
like
also I've always wanted a small coffee maker. I don't know why. It's just awesome.
yeah, I had one and it was not even enough for me because I've always been like a heavy coffee drinker. And so even when I was single, I had at least a
It's like if I
normal
want more,
pot.
I'll just make more.
That's true, but I always, I mean, I mean, you're kind of the same way too. It's like I don't, it doesn't bother me to make a huge pot of coffee and then drink on it cold and old and
Mm.
for a day and a half or whatever. I'd rather just like, I don't know. But no, I went downstairs to get coffee and I get the coffee and I'm on my way back up and I I come out of the elevator and there's this guy who, if you've ever been to San Pedro, there's a large Spanish community and it's predominantly Mexican and Spanish here. It seems like it. I've seen way more Hispanic people than white people, to be honest with you. Like relatively, anyway. There's a lot of Spanish speaking culture here, and one guy he looked Spanish, and I don't mean to like sound discriminatory. He just looked Spanish, but he was talking to the maid, who was also Spanish, and then I hear, and so I just kept walking, but then no, he's talking to me, and I'm like, what? And I kind of double take because I thought he was talking in Spanish, but no, he wasn't talking in Spanish. He just has a weird accent, and he asked me for like a cube that a charger fits into the wall, and I was like, I don't know if I don't know if I have an extra one, but I'll go check. And then he's like, oh well, if you do, blah blah blah, that'd be really helpful. And so I was like, give me a sec, and I'll go check. And then he tells me his room number, and I was like, all right. And I come in here and I grab it, and I'm like, fuck it, since you have a double one, I'll just give it to him or whatever, because I have a million at home. So I go down there, and then I meet him. His name is Saga, like, but it's like a Japanese name, and so I don't know what his culture was, but he spoke decent English and he was cool. And then out pops this dude named Renzo, and he was obviously Mexican. And now that I look back on it, and if they ever see this somehow, or if they're like secretly listening through the walls at us, they were very like seemingly gay. And so I don't know if they were, but like I obviously don't give a shit. I just, I'm just trying to explain their character. But he had like a nose ring, and he was talking like this, I'm Renzo, you know what I mean? And then he had a shirt on that said, I heart hot dads. So I'm like, you know what I mean? It's like, what's that saying? I don't even want to say that. I don't know. How do they say, if it says that it something, it is that. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know what the saying is, but, he they were very nice, and then there was a girl named Diamond in there, and she was just
didn't know you met multiple people.
yeah. And Diamond was she was just, I didn't even really talk to her that much. She was in like the doorway in like a bikini, and then she kind of like disappeared in the room, but we were like talking kind of, but she was just like shouting outside. But they were like, he was kept trying to give me stuff for the cube. Like he was like, "Can I pay you for it?" And I was like, "Dude, no, it's just a fucking cube. Like it's just a cube. Take it, whatever." And then he offered me illicit substances. Maybe I should bleep that out, but yeah. But no, they're like, they just came. They were like from the area, but they like came from some like EDM festival, and they were just trying to sell me on electronic music. And I'm like, and they're like, what are you doing here, and I told them like we were on tour and our van broke down and we played the Sardine and stuff like that. And they were like asking what we played and stuff, and I was like trying to explain like raw organic music to them, and they're trying to explain to me the opposite. But it was cool because we're connecting from opposite sides of the spectrum. And that was most where the conversation actually ended up going. Was they're pretty much like, you want a shot, you want some weed, you want some other stuff, I was like, I'm good, man. I'm relatively sober, other than copious amounts of coffee, but that's what it is. And they were very nice. And what's funny is like, they were like, all right, well, uh, we'll bring it back in an hour. It's been several hours, and I knew immediately when I gave it to him, I was like, I'm not ever going to see this cube again. They were even like, we won't even knock on the door. We'll like use something, tie it to your door. It's not been tied to the door. They haven't knocked on the door. They haven't been here. I walked by their room, and there's just EDM music blaring out of it, and there's a do not disturb sign on the handle. And they were literally drinking like not shots. Like it was like a glass, like a cup, like the size of these coffee cups, But they were like full of just straight booze. So they're fucked up over there, and I'm never gonna see that cube again. But I knew
kind of the point, though.
It's just funny to me because they're like, we'll bring it back in an hour, and in my back of my head, I'm like, no, you won't. And it's not, but no, they wanted to party and stuff, but I was like, dude, we don't really party. And you were pretty much asleep by then. I mean, you were awake when I came in here, but you were on your way there. So, but no, they were just funny crew of people. I just like strangers, but it was just it was funny because they just kept trying to like, she was in the room like, and she kept like hollering out, and she's like, don't you hate on EDM? And I'm like, I'm not, I'm just saying, like, it's not what I'm not in the loop with it, you know what I mean? I've been to EDM concerts and stuff, and it's not bad, it's not my bag. But cool stuff. But yeah, that was my experience with strangers today. I do have a fiction, though, and we can end the episode with the fiction, unless you have something else to say. before.
Do you know how you're gonna end the episode with the camera?
I don't
We
actually.
might have to do the same thing we just did.
We will. Yeah. There's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll just do that. That's fine.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, there ain't really nothing we could do. But it was like a like a side quest. Different room.
Yeah, I didn't even think about how to end it. I spent so much time trying to remember how to start it that I was like, I don't even know how this is going out. I'm fucking exhausted. My brain is cooked by the fucking sun. Yeah, it's like boiling, but and the coffee is the only thing that's like keeping me from like not dying completely. But let me get my fourth cup of coffee. But today's Phantom Sam and the Fictions, I have a fiction for you.
A fiction for you, fiction for you, a fiction for you, a fiction for you.
And you'll probably understand the backstory of this one. But because we didn't come up with it together, but we were literally in the same. We've been experiencing the same shit, so you'll understand this, I think. But the fiction for today is Dog Trolley. What type of music would the band Dog Trolley play?
It's just all barking.
That's just a dog. That's not a
No,
dog
like
trolley.
on a keyboard.
So, like, if you were to just sample different dog barks and different keys and note, a dog bark in every
drums
note.
and shit behind it.
Woo, 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 woo.
And they are a dog friendly band.
They only exclusively play dog birthday parties and dog parks.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and they have their first album would be called Paws Off or something like that, like or
put it in the bag.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Dog stuff. You know, speaking of dogs, it's kind of annoying to walk around San Pedro and there's countless signs that say to pick up your dog shit, and there's literally dog shit everywhere.
Or human shit.
Yeah,
we did talk about that. Like, I wonder how much it's human shit.
Yeah, because there were some pretty big shits that I'm like, yeah, I know a dog is probably capable of that size of shit, but it's like, I've had that size of shit before. That could be human. We don't know. And you know, it's a little iffy on what kind of excrement this is.
He took a dookie on them streets.
Yeah. Dookie Screet. But yeah, dog trolley. The reason is, do you remember when we were trying to figure out? We are like, all right, or no, that truck.
Oh yeah.
There was a truck that started automatically, like a remote start, and he was like, all right, now let's play a game. Pretty much, and probably not the words that you use, but like, all right, who's the driver? Like who, you know, because obviously we had to figure out who is gonna approach the truck and get into it, and nobody came up to it. And now I actually realize why the remote start came on is because there was a dog in the car.
Yeah.
I didn't even put that together, but
I look over and this dog is just staring at me
from the driver's seat. Yeah.
From the driver's seat. I was like, well, I found who owns the car. I might have clipped that.
And we were still waiting for the trolley, so I thought it was funny if the dog was like, somebody need a trolley? Dog trolley. That was the backstory.
Alfred.
I mean, or Benjamin. I feel like
Benji.
Yeah, that's a bus driver name. I feel like Benjamin. I don't know, or a trolley driver. It's got to be something slightly.
Benjamin the Trolley Driver.
Yeah, I feel like if you drive a trolley, you have to have some sort of like jovial. I don't even know if jovial would be the word, but like a almost like old fashioned name, like a 30s name, like Holmes or something, Benjamin, or
Counting Benjamins.
or Bartholomew, Bartholomew. That's his name. His name is Bartholomew. Oh my God.
Sir Bartholomew.
And I mean, I feel like that one was pretty solid. I mean, they're just
Can't really open up for anyone because no other band really just plays for dogs.
No, but there's other animals out there. Like it can that metal band that's the front man is a parrot. You know, have you ever seen that? They could play with the parrot band, the parrot metal band, and then they can I don't know, fuck. You've never heard that? There's a metal band that the front man is literally a parrot.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And he like just screams into a mic. He sits on a little stool and they have a microphone up to him and he's just like and it's kind of fun, but I doubt it's like serious in any way, but no, we also haven't done something. We need to do something because I feel like this is probably a little over the middle of the episode, but let's get to the jam portion of the show. It's me again. I just wanted to go ahead and say that I know I said cue the jam portion of the show, but we were too busy trying to, I don't know, like not die in the street. So we didn't really have time to do a jam. So sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. Is you gotta set aside the jam to not die. So yeah, I guess cue the rest of the show. I don't know. We are back. And this is Art of the Jam. It's a little bittersweet, I think. We are back home from a wild... let me activate the jam here. You're not supposed to see this.
Definitely say it's not really bittersweet for me.
I mean, to each his own. What do you mean?
I mean, I'm glad to be back, you know? That was kind of a crazy fucking thing. Right. Yeah, and that is my microphone.
Interesting.
Sorry.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm good. I'm glad to be home. It's just I definitely feel humbled and shot down a little bit, to be real with you. But I feel good. I feel good. I feel a little different. I don't know how to explain it, but I'll go ahead and get into it. So where we left off was we were in the motel room. That's where the last little snippet of the show, where we left off in the show, was the motel room. And do what?
Getting offered crack from crackheads.
Well, that was after that. We have to do this chronologically.
No, that was the first crackhead.
I don't remember a first crackhead.
You gave them the charger box?
They didn't offer me crack.
Oh.
They offered me cocaine.
Oh. Same.
I mean, yes and no. I'd much rather be offered cocaine. I'm gonna be honest. I'd much rather be offered cocaine, and I'd be much more likely to do it if it was just cocaine.
I think the
crack.
only time cocaine becomes crack is when you light it on fire.
No, it's made out of like baking powder. It's like it's created from cocaine, but it's pretty much you're cooking it into a rock form, and then you're freebasing it. So there we go. That's the recipe for crack. And this is art of the crack. Crack of the jam. No, but
crack rock will last us hours.
Well, I wouldn't say hours.
Dave Chappelle reference.
Right, but so we left off in the motel room, and after what you seen, we had a pretty decent night's sleep. It was probably the best night of sleep we had while on the road, considering we had a real bed to sleep in, and but enough. Not to stick with that, but we were able to take shits at will whenever we wanted to. We got showers. We already talked about that, but we we checked out of the motel, and we were left back on the streets for a couple hours, and we made our way back to our corner by the trolley that was never to come. The trolley didn't come on Mondays, as we mentioned, but we eventually got to. We went back to our little cafe at the San Pedro Cafe, and we had ourselves some coffee and some shits, and we went back to the Pacific Auto Repair, and they were just about done with it, and we pretty much. There was more stuff wrong with the van. You mentioned to me that there was it was only running on 5 cylinders and not 6, which is fun. And so there was that. So the rest of the trip we were running on 1 less cylinder than we were supposed to. But
it could have been longer too. Who knows?
Right. But the point is I learned that, and that was kind of interesting, I guess, to say the least. And this is that Mexican coffee I bought. I wanted to try it. I figured this would be a good opportunity to try it, but yeah, I bought some
it just tastes like water.
Coffee on the road. You want to put your cup closer to me? You're good. It's kind of crazy, though. So we're leaving San Pedro, and as we're leaving, we hit the most obnoxious traffic that you could ever imagine, and it was just like the LA's last ditch effort to just keep us there and just to bog us down and suck us into. It was. It took us 1 hour distance. It took us 1 hour of distance technically. Took us 3 hours to drive, which was obnoxious.
I'll definitely say this: it did not feel like that.
Oh, but it definitely was. I was watching the time.
That's the crazy thing. Like, I don't know, it just felt like it was like maybe like 30 minutes to an hour we were sitting in traffic. And then until you point, it was like, no, dude, we've been sitting in traffic for 3 hours. And then I was like, oh, fuck. And it just got
more or
worse
less
and worse.
Yeah, more or less, because I know we left Pacific Auto Repair. We left the shop at like 3:30, and when we finally stopped, because that was what sucked is when we finally stopped in Rancho Cucamonga, or whatever the fuck it was called, and then got pretty much highway robbed. It was highway robbery because the fucking gas was like fucking $5, and
oh yeah, it was stupid,
obnoxious. But we get there, and it was probably just about 6:30, and it was like it was standstill Honestly, I would rather traffic just be at a standstill than like a little bit at a time. It's like, can we just? I'd rather just stop moving for an hour, like than to just inch forward every fucking 30, 45 seconds. It was fucking annoying. But that wasn't. We experienced traffic pretty much the whole time, but that was. If you follow the band, we were on tour, and we at one point we went to Dallas, and I thought Dallas traffic was bad, and this was honestly, it wasn't too different, but it was for some reason more annoying to me. I don't know why, but and we weren't even in like the heart of L.A. I can only imagine what that's like. Like I challenge you all to.
I don't even want to do
I challenge you all to get on your GPS and look at if you know how GPS works, because I assume that everybody in the world uses GPS now. But if you get on there and you look at the yellow and the red lined roads, it'll be like hazards or traffic or whatnot. Just go zoom in on LA. It's literally just yellow and red all day, all the time. So check that out. Or if you're in LA, just exist and you'll know what the fuck I'm talking about. But no, so we finally made it out of there, but I drove like we're our next, cuz we had to cancel our Seattle show so we could be in the shop. I already mentioned that, but after we were trying to make our grand escape from fucking LA, we were headed towards Salt Lake City, Utah, which was kind of crazy because we got to drive through Vegas, even though we were playing Vegas the next night. We had to drive through Vegas at night, and that was kind of surreal because it's just all the lights and casinos you see in like movies and TV shows,
it's
and
all lit up.
it was just really pretty because, I mean, I guess we got to see it again the night after, but most of the time we were there, it was still light out the second night, and then I guess after we left, it was dark, but whatever. But what was it? Salt Lake City, we played with Bruce Lee and Street Fighters, and they were pretty dope. And we played with the Moonshine Prophets.
That fucking guitar player, dude.
They honestly, both guitar players. This is what I love about music and instrumentation in general is there was two guitar players in Moonshine Prophets. One was just an aggressive like blues shredder. He was very, very good, very accomplished. Then there was the other guy who he was just like a slow, suave talker with the guitar. And like both of them were just as good.
Right.
It's like they just speak their own way with their own slang, with their own jive. And I love that about especially guitar players because it's so hard to sound it's so hard to be unique with the guitar nowadays just because everybody and their cousin plays the fucking guitar, and it's just it's definitely a difficult instrument to bring something innovative to nowadays because a lot of things, not everything's been done, I'll say that, but it's it's a difficult thing. It is, I believe. And so when you can do that and you can distinguish yourself from other people, I think that's fucking amazing and that's cool. And especially within a band, that's really rad. I don't know. I always like that shit. But and with Derek on sound, I remember him. He was a very kind man, and I enjoyed him. He was a good dude. And shout out to the dudes that bought the Shoits, and they were from Arizona, or they were from Phoenix. I was talking to these dudes from Phoenix, and it was kind of funny because everywhere we went, I was like, "How do you guys live in the desert, or how do you deal with it?" And they were literally like, "We don't." So I'm like, "So what do you?" Okay.
What do you do?
So
Stay inside?
yeah, well,
Probably.
Yeah.
I would.
I'd fucking stay inside. Well, that's not true. I like the sun. I like the heat, but the desert was not enjoyable. Um, First impression, I'll give it a 2.5 out of
I
10.
don't give a fucking anything.
It
It's
was-
beautiful. That's it.
It is. It's very pretty, and I would love to see the desert more often, but from the safety of an air-conditioned structure in general, whatever it might be. But no, Salt Lake City was dope. We played at the
U-turns
DLC.
everywhere.
Do what?
U-turns everywhere.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't enjoy about Salt Lake City is whenever you get in there, it's like one ways, and so when you go to like the main intersections in town, it's like you have to like go up the road and then U-turn at the light to come back down. And I'm in a big van, and I'm not a great. You're breathing in the mic, by the way, but you have to take this huge van and just fucking flip it around, and that's not fun. And I'm not gonna say I'm fucking a great driver. I can get from point A to point B fine, but I don't enjoy
You drive
maneuvering.
forward fine.
I don't. No, I'm gonna say this. I drive fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with 12-point turns. To be real with you,
No, I'm talking about your backing up.
I can back up perfectly fine if there's nothing in my way. But
It's so funny.
I just don't care enough. You know what I mean? It's like
it cracks me up every time.
yeah, and it's like, oh, that wasn't a very straight parking job, and it's like I don't care. Like I don't care to park straight. It's like there's nobody. This is my thing. If I'm not taking up 2 parking spaces and I'm not like obstructing anybody else, I don't give a shit how I'm fucking parked or how I'm positioned. It's like if everybody else can safely get around me, that's cool. And I encourage you to do so, I guess. But no, so yeah, we played at Quarters Arcade Bar in the DLC, which is like the nightclub part of the arcade bar, which is kind of cool.
It was really
And
awesome.
yeah, the backdrop was dope. It was made out of like cassette tapes and like lights, and I actually took video of it. I'll make it into a reel. So look out for that. But we after that, that was I'm gonna have to go ahead and say that was the poorest show because I was so fucking tired. Because not only did we walk around town for so long in LA and then drove 10 hours with like maybe 2 hours of sleep, I realized like I never want to perform like that again. Like I have to have some fucking sleep. Get your fucking sleep. It's crazy. It's just wild. I didn't enjoy. I always enjoy playing. Don't get me wrong, but I did not enjoy how I felt playing that show. I was just so fucking exhausted and mentally not well. But everybody else enjoyed it, and so I guess we didn't do terrible. So that's cool. But so it must have been just from my perspective, but which happens quite often. But we get to from Salt Lake City, Utah, and we go back down the road to Vegas, baby. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck, if you've ever been a lady to begin with.
He did not stop singing that.
Ah, yes, because what other song do you sing in Vegas? You fucking Viva Las Vegas, or Luck be a lady tonight. Lady Luck.
Life but a dream. Because that also reminds me of lights and we're driving down Main Street and shit.
I do enjoy the vibe of that song. But does it have anything to do with Vegas?
I honestly don't know.
Not really at all. But it has that vibe, and I dig it. So, yeah. Life is but a dream.
I mean, obviously being there is a dream. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I went with that.
Yeah. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just like Viva Las Vegas is pretty obvious. You know what I mean?
There's another one.
But
I don't remember it though.
Vegas is cool. That's one I
Got
just
to see the Raiders Stadium.
the Gators Stadium.
No.
Gadium.
Awesome. Although it's the most expensive. It's crazy.
That doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah, and a cool tip. There's I'm not sure what the name of that hotel was, but you know that big ass hotel that was like right across from it.
I mean, I don't know.
There's a tunnel that goes underneath from the stadium, underneath the highway to the hotel.
Oh, so they can traffic their football bitches there.
Yeah,
they can traffic their slaves and whatnot. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I don't give a shit at this point.
I mean, it's open to the public.
I'm fucking. Oh, the tunnel is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Anyways, maybe there's not slaves being trafficked there, but
next time.
Secret tunnel.
Next time I'm in Vegas, whenever that may be, I'm going to that stadium. I want to see the museum they have.
It was from the. I mean, obviously, I didn't see the inside of it. But from the highway and from the outside, it was a very pretty stadium.
Pictures from inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole outside is just a screen, pretty much, which is kind of interesting. It's like the Sphere, but on the outside, which is kind of cool. That's something I wish I would have seen, the Sphere, but I seen the beacon of the Luxor. That was kind of interesting, because that's the fucking Luxor. That's fucking Chris Angel shit. Chris Angel. I don't want to say I was a huge Chris Angel fan, but I watched a lot of Chris Angel, and he was always at the Luxor, and you always see the fucking light, and it was like, that's cool. This fucking weird pyramid that's just shining this fucking light into the sky. Crazy. I don't know, but
yeah, what is that? Like, what's on the top of it? Like, what is that?
What? What?
Is there like a room up there, or?
I think there is a room, but it's just a beacon. Like, that's pretty much it. I'm pretty sure there is a room at the top, but I mean, beacon, it's probably like under it.
Aliens
under the beacon.
Know that's Vegas. Don't go there.
I mean, dude, I tell you, I'm not gonna lie. It was like Sodom and Gomorrah. It was the weirdest, dirtiest. I didn't fucking jive with it, to be real with you.
Oh, dude, I've never seen so many cockroaches. Am I alive? And I've dealt with cockroaches like in my past, and like that was fucking crazy.
I took video of that too. I'll make that into something.
They were like, they had them in this fucking big.
They were big boys.
Insane. I was like, and they're everywhere. Like,
yeah.
Like it's like, wow. Like, how do you live like that? Like,
vague. Yeah, this is what was crazy. I'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second. But we played Fat Cat. It was part of the what was it? The Grand Hotel. I forgot what the fucking was what that was called. Downtown Grand Hotel. That's what it was. And it was pretty cool. It was like a jazz blues club, which
one of the coolest stages.
It probably was one of my favorite. I don't want to say my favorite stage, but like the whole vibe of the place was probably one of my favorite vibes, because I actually felt like a fucking man out of low luck be a lady. Oh. Like I felt like I should be like. I felt like a real Vegas man. I don't know. It was interesting, or a jazz man. I thought it was interesting, but no, we played Fat Cat, and we played with the Naked City Underground, which I see you brought there. They gave us a vinyl of their show, and or of the Naked City Underground gave us a vinyl, and it's pretty dope. It has a fucking comic book in it, and they were pretty dope. They were very nice guys. Bill, James, and bass player girl, which I now feel really bad because I don't think she ever told me her name. and but she did follow me on the Instagrams, I think. So I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to put her name down here because I really don't think that she gave me her name, and which I'm really sad. But we had an excellent conversation about uh, being accepted socially, and that was kind of interesting because she thought me and her had this conversation. She was like, "You dress, how your vibe." She was like, "Do you ever get into any trouble, like in the Midwest?" Like pretty much. And then I was like, but she didn't specify what she was talking about, and I was like, "I'm not gay," like, because she was like framing it like, "Do you ever get like beat up by like people?" It's like I was like, "I'm just gonna set the record straight. I'm not gay, for one.
Questionable.
I might I'm gonna say deep down I'm gay. Okay, whatever, cool. But on the surface, actually no. Sorry, flip flop that. On the surface, I'm gay. Deep down, I am straight. I am engaged to a woman. So that's that could have went really wrong if I would have. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, but she pretty much was like, no, you're flamboyant and whatnot, and I was like, no, I honestly I get along with most people. Nobody's really ever done anything. It's like, and honestly, I don't fucking give a shit what, like, beat me up. Good one, okay? I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna do anything unless you try to kill me, and then I'm not gonna fight you. I'm just gonna stab the shit out of you with my fucking knife that I carry with me on the road all the time, which you could easily disarm me because I'm a pussy and beat me up and kill me. It's cool, whatever. Just do what you're gonna do. But no, she was very nice and she was very cool. And Bill, I'm sorry I asked security to get rid of your ass. You're a beautiful man and I enjoy you. But Naked City Underground, swell guys, and I definitely would love to play with them again. And then we also played with Acting Human, which huge shout out to Eric and his boys. They were pretty dope. They mainly did like System of a Down cover, or they did System of a Down covers
and Psycho Stick.
Yeah, but their first song they played was an original, and it was like my favorite song because he had that like sarcastic. Well, I love like people that can't sing, but they're like exude a character with their voice, and because that's almost cooler to me than somebody that's like like crazy fucking like traditionally good singing voice. I almost like people that like exude like like they're not playing a character, but like how do I even describe that? He was just like blah 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 blah, blah, you know, and he's like, oh blah blah blah. I love that vibe of like you're just almost like speaking sarcastically and to music, and I love that shit. And he did that, and that was probably my fucking favorite thing in the world. I don't know why, but yeah, huge shout out to Acting Human. And it was kind of funny because whenever when we started playing, they were like, yeah, normally we're just like a jazz blues club, but we're about to put on a metal band. And it was just kind of funny because I honestly did not vet any of these bands before I actually put them on the bill and sought them out. I was just trying to like get local support as quickly as possible because I didn't know any better, to be honest. I didn't even think about it. So it was just kind of funny that I got a metal band to play at a jazz blues club and they didn't give a shit. They thought it was kind of interesting. So anyways, I don't know.
Oh, so that was your doing.
Yeah, I got the axe for most of them. The only show I didn't get the axe for was the last one at the Britisher. I didn't get them.
What, those?
Yeah, but yeah, we played Vegas. It was but we'll get back to that thing. So we're out. I don't want to like throw them under the bus, but no, I'm not gonna say that. But there was roaches everywhere, not in the venue, out on the street and stuff like that. So the venue was not infested by roaches, for the record. Um, I didn't want to like throw. That's why I was saying I don't want to throw them under the bus because I have to phrase that right so it doesn't sound like I'm saying that they were infested with roaches, but they were not infested with roaches. There was roaches in the street, and it was fucking wild how many roaches there were. And then
Different sizes too.
yeah, all different. It was very diverse. Roach diversity. It was very
You little bastards will survive anything.
well. Obviously, this is what. Okay, let me get to that because I thought about that earlier. So we there was a bunch of roaches in Vegas, and then we drove that night, and we were after we left, we drove and we ended up at a truck stop, and what was crazy is I think it's just there's something about the Vegas area, not even just the city of Vegas, because we get there and we're only like 30, 45 minutes away, maybe not even. And this truck stop there's just a gaggle of roaches outside of the van. Like I step out to go to the bathroom and there's just like roaches all over the ground. And it's like, dude, what the fuck is going on here? Because we don't have, like, unless you're a dirty trash human, like, you know what I mean? Like you live in a condemned house pretty much. It's like we don't see roaches just
like
all
that,
willy
no.
nilly here, that's only reason it's so surprising. But we you know and then what's crazy is I haven't thought about this. I was like, man, I really hope that we don't like bring a roach home, like just like unknowingly, like it little like crawls on your shoe or something, and then you get it in the van.
I would keep it as a pet.
Dude, you wouldn't because you live in my fucking guest house. You fucking asshole. You're just gonna infest everything with a fucking. Unless you keep him like in like a fucking force field electrified cage or some shit that has like.
You just like what
No, the cage that Juggernaut is in.
No, or just like wrap it around. You know those they're like electric fly swatters, but they look like fucking tennis rackets.
Oh yeah, I have one of
You
those.
just have that all the way around it, and like he zaps, he's dead.
Or instead of the glowing bug zappers, that sit there,
dude.
he's contained within one of those. So it's like beyond the field of electricity, but he's encased within it so that he can't leave it or go in it without dying. But he's safe inside. He's like, I don't even know how to explain that. He's like
Just
fucking.
feed him.
Yeah, dude. He's just fucking Zordon or whatever his name is from Power Rangers. He's just a face in a tube. Yeah. He's just like, yeah. But then he's also got like a muzzle and everything, and he's pretty much the Juggernaut. But
on a little one of those dolly stretcher things.
Yeah. And then they're gonna like crash the bus and save him.
Two straight jackets.
Yeah.
And a one because he's got 6 legs.
Yeah, definitely. But what's crazy is whenever you mention you're like these motherfuckers who survive a nuclear holocaust or whatever, and it's like, though it's kind of funny is because I was outside yesterday and it's still out there, and I'll show it to you after this episode. But there was a cockroach outside, which I've never seen one before, so that's why it was kind of like this weird. I have these weird instances where I'll see something that's out of the ordinary, and it'll have this like symbolic thing to me. Like I see this like cockroach, and it's like out on the thing, and it's like being consumed and eaten by ants, and I was just like, dude, is this like? I just thought that was kind of crazy that they fucking they can survive a nuclear holocaust, but they'll just be killed and consumed by roaches, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah,
And
ridiculous.
or you're consumed and eaten by ants, and yeah. So it was just like, why? I don't know, man. I just thought that was kind of crazy. Is that they can survive all of these crazy things, but they'll just be mutilated by little other bugs.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, but that was weird. Anyways, she's literally never come down here in her life unless there was a storm. But anyways, yeah. So, but no, what I was saying is I see these things and they're like almost symbolic, and I'm like, that part of. I don't even know how to even begin to explain to you what that means.
Joe's apartment.
Yeah, you've referenced that every episode of every show ever. So, but no, no, it's almost like it has this weird symbology to me. Like it's like this is symbolic of where we were, and I don't even know how. I need to unpack that at a different time. I'm gonna come back to that, but it was just kind of interesting, and it was just kind of interesting. It was just kind of interesting. I keep fucking saying that shit, but anyways. So we leave Vegas. We stop at this roach-infested truck stop, and that was kind of fun. And then we pretty much we had to race to what was it, fucking Lancaster? Yeah. And Lancaster was a whole other thing, man. It was Lancaster, California. So what's crazy is we're going down the highway, and this whole time we're like complaining about the desert, and because the desert's just dry and hot and fucking stupid. And then we turn off the highway on our way to Lancaster, and we realize, oh, we were technically in the desert, but now we're in the desert. It was literally like military signs that are like no photography, no videography, no nothing. It was 2-lane highway, like of alternating traffic, or yeah. So we're in the desert and there's just nothing on both sides, and we have no water at that time, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
we
were sharing water.
Yeah, we had absolutely no water, which was scary. And I miscalculated how much gas I would need, so we're not only have no water, but barely any, like probably like we get there with like an eighth of a tank of gas, which was also very scary. But when we get there, we drive up into it was literally Lancaster is like desert, nothing. Call boxes for like military, or like if you're dying in the desert and you need to call somebody, I guess, is what they were. But desert, nothing. And then when you get to Lancaster, it's just a city. Like, not a city, but like a city. And I thought that we were in the wrong.
A very aggressive city.
It was honestly scarier. It's what we expected LA to be like. LA was mild and kind of beautiful and like fun, and everybody, for the most part, everybody that we talked to was nice, kind-hearted people. But Lancaster was a whole different thing. We drive up into the parking lot of the Britisher, which is the last stop of our tour before we go home.
And there's just fucking people everywhere.
Yeah, there's like a shanty village in the parking lot, and it's just like trash, and like there's like a circle of people like throwing dice and shit, and like they're all on lawn chairs smoking weed. There's like broke down cars. There's over here. There's like people with their hoods up and they're just like talking shit about cars. And then there's just people walking around, and it's like a village of people in this parking lot. And I thought we were in the wrong place, but nope. And
just tucked in the corner.
Yeah, it was just like tucked in the corner. But what was funny is like there was even like graffiti. I don't know if you noticed that, but it's like the Britisher, and literally it's the sign to the venue had graffiti on it, and it's like, dude, like I just don't get it. It was just weird. But and then we get in there, and it was kind of weird because there was like no stage or anything, but and then the sound guy was late. But I totally forgive the dude because he was one of the coolest dudes ever.
Oh yeah, Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny.
That dude, and he was a vibe himself, like the way he dressed too.
Yeah, he's reminded me of. Do you remember Eddie from Stranger Things?
Getting ready to fucking say
he
that.
was like a native Eddie, or
like spot on, dude.
Yeah, and because he had like the denim vest and all that shit. I thought that was. He was just a cool dude. He ended up being like super nice. And normally, the only reason I say that is because normally when a sound guy is like an hour late, they're a douche. Like they're just a douche. This dude was fucking awesome.
Yeah. And he was super fast too. Like
yeah.
He got I think it was like 15 minutes after he got there.
Yeah, he got there like 9:30 or something like that, and he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start at 9:45," and I'm like, "You haven't even done anything yet."
Oh yeah, we were.
And it was sharp, 9:45 sharp.
It was awesome. I was like, okay.
But we played with a band called the Out Beyond, which they were another 2-piece, and but to me I recorded. It was kind of funny because the first song they played was my favorite, and they did something I've never seen before, but I was literally like, oh shit, that's kind of fucking rad. Like, and I have a video of it, and I'll show you that too. I don't think I ever showed it to you, which you were there and you heard it, but I want you to hear it again because it was just dope. And I was telling them about it. I was like, it was like this weird like.
Ooh, I got a video of Bruce Lee and the Street Fighters that they had a fucking really cool thing that was dope. I was like, I gotta get a video of that. But anyways.
But no, they had this. They were both, Mexican, and so I got this like, you could tell like they had this like Latin. It was almost like this like Latin, heavier like not them as a whole, but this song was like a very like almost like if the Black Keys were Mexican but had like this Latin thing to it. But it was just. It was a very cool little riff that they did, and I really loved it. And it was dope. I'll show it to you. But and then we played with Pocket Watch Inc., which those guys were excitable.
Those fucking.
And yeah, so the drummer was very, very energetic, and it was kind of funny because the guitar player and the drummer, like they were all three had different energy levels. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like the lead singer, he was like really excitable. Hey man, hey. Then the drummer was him times 2 almost, where he was like, yeah man, what? Bing, dong, jong. And then the bass player was like barely talked. Like he was just like, yeah man. But he was really cool too. But I barely talked to him. I just don't think he was a very talkative guy. Not that that had anything to do, like he had some ill character. It was just like he was not as talkative as the other guys. But they were pretty dope too. They had like they were very like 60s vibe to them. And he had that like the lead singer did this thing. It was like there was that one song where the intro was like almost flamenco. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
but then he also played a little bit of slide guitar, which I thought was fucking cool as shit. Because if you play slide guitar, and you're good at it, you're cool in my book. Because I wish that I could fucking play slide, and I just don't, and because I'm not very good at it. I guess I could get good at it if I tried, but yeah, I could, yeah. But they were pretty dope, and would love to play with them again. They're cool, both of them actually, because I think the Out Beyond though they were a relatively new band, but the girl that was hanging out with Kenny the whole time, she was talking about how they get better like every time, which I mean I hope that's the case. If you're not getting better, what are you doing? Right. But so it's like I think by that I gathered that they were like a relatively new band or like whatever, but still fucking rad, and I love to see people get better. It's dope. But no, and then after that, well, there was the scary parking lot that we had to traverse. Oh, I will say before, because you mentioned being offered crack earlier, before we played that show,
You got any crystal?
Yeah, we were walking to the McDonald's because we wanted coffee and we were out of coffee and we had no water. But I guess it's a pretty rough neck of the woods because the McDonald's was open, but the lobby was closed and it was like 7 o'clock, which that doesn't add up. But so we didn't get to go in because we would have to drive the van over there and go through the fucking drive-through. But as we're walking to the McDonald's, we're passing this lady, and we just kind of, like you're walking past somebody, you acknowledge their existence. Hi, hello, how are you? And then she stops and turns around. She's like, you guys do that crystal? And I was like, honestly, never been offered that in my life. So I felt like a fucking goon. Because I was like, no, ma'am, we do not do crystal. I know I didn't say it like that, but in my head, that's how I thought I seemed. I was like, no, ma'am, thank you for the crystal meth offer. Gee whiz. Would I love to partake? Yeah. Would I love nothing more than to partake in your crystal methamphetamine, but maybe not today. But I do thank you, and have a swell day. That's like how it was in my head, but I obviously didn't. It wasn't saying it like that. But
because that would have been hilarious.
I mean, it was kind of like it wasn't like took me by surprise, but I didn't like expect it. Like once she asked, I was like, oh, of course. But no, I don't want any meth, or I don't do meth. She didn't specify whether she wanted to buy meth or sell meth. She was just like, you guys do that crystal meth? Or do that crystal? And I was like, are you asking if we would like to purchase some of your fine crystal meth? Or are you asking if you would like to buy some of our fine crystal meth? But fun stuff. Gunshots. We heard a lot of gunshots that night, I think. Mm-hmm. Well, what I thought was gunshots. We were also eating dinner in like a fucking gas station parking lot. That was scary, kind of. Well, there's just people lingering around. There's people I don't want to. I can't stand towns where there's just like lingerers. You know what I mean? It's just like there's just people everywhere all the time.
Panhandling.
Yeah. Ooh, we seen those people at that gas station get guns drawn on.
We thought they were getting pulled over, but no, that was somebody different in a different car. All you heard was like,
I know, but still, I didn't specify. I didn't mention. It doesn't matter. Go on.
But yeah, panhandling. It's like I get it, but it's like sometimes it's hard to say no. You're like, because you don't want to do the right thing.
Yeah. Well, It really depends, because, like, I don't want to say this the wrong way, but it's like, if you're clearly on drugs, my first inkling is I don't want to give you money. Like, I'll get you a bottle of water, if that's something you're interested in. I'll give you a banana, like something that I like food-wise, but I don't particularly enjoy giving people money. You know what I mean?
It's unless like that one dude, I forgot his name, but the dude that was washing windows. It's like,
yeah.
dude, I'm gonna give you money. Like, I'm not gonna pay you in bananas or pay you in fruit and grain bars. You know what I mean? Or I'm not gonna, it's like you did a thing. You provided a service, so I'm gonna give you money for it.
Right.
But he explained himself, and he did not look like he was on drugs at all. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong. Like I don't want to like talk myself into a hole here, because a lot of people have struggles. A lot of people have drug addictions, and they're trying to get out of them. It's just, wouldn't you rather make sure that they're fed and well than giving them money that they could use it on anything? You know what I mean? Yeah, I just want to. You get what I'm saying, right? Yeah. So we left Lancaster, and god dang, dude, we might have to take a break. I might have to piss and then get the rest of the way into this fucking story, because I have to piss like a fucking piss horse right now. Let me piss real quick, and we'll get right back into this. We're back. Sorry. I had to piss so hard, and I'm really glad, because I was like trying to rush through this episode, to be honest with you, and I didn't want to rush this. But no, where were we? We were talking about Lancaster. We left Lancaster and back through the desert, and basically what I wanted to do was rush the fuck home, right? Because we had been through all sorts of shit with the van and all that crazy turmoil and whatnot with Pacific Auto Repair and San Pedro and whatnot. And so we
But the van had other plans.
The van did have other plans for us, and the universe, we were in the hands of the universe, to be honest with you. And aren't we always, though? It was just the universe decided to pitch us some curveballs, more than one. And basically, we're driving down the road, and out of nowhere, my airbag light comes on, which I've never seen the airbag light come on in my life, other than whenever you're starting up the car. And all the lights come on for a second, bing, 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 bzz, and then they all go away. And so I was like, oh, something's wrong with my airbag or my air, it wasn't alarming to me. I was just like, never seen that before. And then my service engine, it was like my engine started to sputter. And I was like, okay, so that's not good. And then all my lights come on, and the dash lights start kind of dimming, and then my service engine light just starts flashing, which it's never done that before unless you're getting a read off of it, and because it flashes a code. That's how you read the code, the error code whenever you have the service engine light on. Whenever you put the fucking wire in the keyhole and shit, it'll actually flash like a certain amount of times, and it'll do like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and it'll be like error code 32 or something like that. And so that's the only time I've ever actually,
That's kind of cool,
seen it flash. And then, so I was like, well, this is not good. Something's happening. And we pull over, and we're in the middle of fucking nowhere. It was like one of those exits that was like to a bumfuck town. Like, it was just like there was nothing, like there was no like gas station or store or town or anything. It was just like desert. It was just a hill, like in the desert. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, man, I'm going to call my brother, because my brother's a mechanic, and he always, though we're like 15 hours from home, his opinion is comforting to me.
and I knew exactly what it was because, like, I've experienced it before.
Yeah, and then my brother corroborated the same thing. So, but it was just very scary, and basically this is what the alternator went out. The alternator fried, right? So we're just, as I'm talking to my brother, because I didn't want to shut it off, because if I shut it off, I was afraid it would never come back on, and I was kind of correct. And but as I was on the phone with my brother, it finally like sputtered and then just shut down. And so we are stuck again, but this time not in 70-degree beach weather. It was a hot, dry desert, and it was almost dark, which was kind of terrifying in a way. And, and I'm going to be completely transparent here. I lost my shit, because normally I am at least like to not hide my sadness or stress or whatnot, but I am just normally in stressful situations. It's like take a deep breath, exhale. All right, let's fucking do this. Let's figure this out. This particular time, I was very homesick, was very sleep deprived, very, very caffeinated, like to a raw mind. Like, I was literally driving like losing my shit in the best way, like slap happy, bah, 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 bah. But then when this happened, I fucking broke the fuck down, and I cried very, very hard, and it was a very enlightening experience for me, though, because and I already mentioned this to you, Space Camp, and I know this is weird because you also, at the time I said it, you were like, I don't know what to say, which is cool. I don't expect you to say anything, but there was something about that moment that I was like, I was meant to do that in front of you for some reason. I don't know how to explain it, but there's something, I was talking previously in this episode about like every time something happens on the road, or every time we go out on the road for a long period of time, I begin to believe in God more. And like I said, and I'm going to reiterate, not a Christian God necessarily, but like the concept of an omnipotent force that is beyond and bigger than we are. And not necessarily determining our future, but is just in control to some degree over the things that happen to us, or not necessarily the things that happen to us, but they throw us certain things to see how much we can handle. They do it to humble us, to strengthen us, to kill our egos. And I believe that, like, because I normally would not have done that in front of you. I just wouldn't have. But there was something about that moment where I'm like, I feel like he needs to. Not that I made the decision either. It was just afterwards. I was like, I feel like Space Camp needed to see me be broken. I needed to be broken. But, and so there's that. It was very stressful. I call I call my insurance company, and I'm just trying to get a tow, and this tow truck driver, he calls me. He's like, give me 90 minutes. This guy didn't show up till like.
It was like 8 o'clock when we broke down.
And he didn't show up till probably 12:30 in the morning.
I passed out.
Yeah. And yeah, I fell asleep, and it was kind of crazy because I kept having the inkling that I was like, if I fall asleep, he won't find us. Like, I kept having that, but I fell asleep, and it was kind of weird because I opened my eyes like an hour. I had been asleep for like maybe an hour, and I opened my eyes, and I see the tow truck driver on the bottom of the ramp, and I see him, and he stops, and you could tell he was like, didn't know what the fuck was going on because all the lights were off. It was dark. You couldn't see us up on the hill, and I woke up just like he was driving away, and I flipped the lights at the last second, and he stops and backs all the way up the thing, and I was like, holy shit. But I also, before this happened, while I was waiting, before I fell asleep, I will say I stepped out on the hill there, and I did realize, and this is another, not to bring God into this so much, but when I stepped out and I looked up into the sky, I realized, like, we've never been in, I don't want to speak for you, but like, and I definitely have been in this situation, but so I'll say, not often do you find yourself in a situation where there's almost no light pollution. And so when you look up into the sky, you see all the stars. Like, you see all the constellations, you see the depth of the sky, you see the little swirly little nebula clouds, and like, and it was just so wild to me because I was so sleep deprived that it was like the sky was like vibrating, and it was just like, this is us. I don't even know how to explain that thought. But I was like, we're here, and like, I don't even know, man. It was just a beautiful thing. It was like, there is a good and a bad to everything, and it was just interesting that we're just here, so fucked up in the head, but we're under this beautiful sky waiting for this menace to come pick us up in his tow truck. This guy shows up, and he's just got, I don't know if you noticed, but he's got the longest ass crack. I think his day job was a plumber, and but nicest dude. His name was Dennis, and he's such a nice dude. But he mentioned, he was like, I think all the oil that leaked out of your pan engine, whatever the fuck you want to call it, saturated your alternator and fried it. So that was kind of interesting. I keep saying that, but all of this is very interesting. So I apologize for continuously saying this is interesting, but it's all interesting. So he does this. He was going to help us figure it out, and obviously the alternator was fried and whatnot. So he loaded up, and I'm sorry you laid in my chickpea juice. My aquafaba, he thought it was piss, and then Space Camp hit him in the head with the door.
I forgot.
He was hooking up the tire, and laying on the ground. And Space Camp came out the driver's side door, which is the one where he was laying under, and he bopped him on the head. And I thought that was kind of funny. And he also was like, he laid down to do it, and I had eaten dinner while we were waiting, and I had dumped out a can of chickpeas, and right there, and he lays down, and then he realizes it's wet there, and he was talking to me. He was like, so I'm gonna hook this thing, and he goes, yeah, is that piss? And I was like, no, it's not piss. And then he just continues talking, and I was like, what the fuck? That's weird. I never told him what it was, though, but if you ever watch this somehow, it was chickpea juice, and it was good. It was packed with protein, so and it's good for you, so I'm sorry it got on your shirt and not in your body. Yeah. But this guy, though, he finally gets us gets the van onto the tow truck, and he just books it down this on-ramp.
It's 60 and like that. Like.
And as he's speeding and he's swerving and he's driving not good, and it's 1 a.m, and he is just a wild guy. He's not only is he driving and swerving past semis and shit with our van on the back and a big fucking truck, and it's windy as shit in the desert. He pulls out. He's sitting there on his phone, and he's like, "Let me show you my son's race car." And then that starts to make sense after that, because he's like, "I'm a race car driver." And I'm like, okay, so now we understand what the fuck is going on. You're just terrifying all the way around. And he and then I realized quickly, I was like, we have like 35 miles to drive with this guy. And that was also scary. And then he was just like, like just fucking swerving. He kept showing me, like, it was the only time I honestly felt rudeness build within my body, because I was literally like about to be like, okay, dude, like, eyes on the fucking road and put your fucking phone down. Like, it was right there on the tip of my tongue. By the time we got there, I was like, dude, I'm really glad I didn't get rude with him, but I was like genuinely scared at a few times. Like he hit the rumble strip a couple times, and every time I was like, dude, come on, like, put the fucking phone down. And when he did put the phone down eventually, and it was like, like, holy shit, okay, we might live through this. And then he picked it up again, and he's like, "Yeah, this is another picture." And I was like, "Dude, I don't, I, that's cool that you work on race cars and shit, but you're like
terrifying.
Yeah, you're scary, and I'm not giving you any sort of review. Like, if don't ask me to give your company any sort of review, because it's not gonna be a good one. I'm gonna be like, this guy's nice, but don't get a tow from this guy." Yeah, because that guy was scary. Very nice, though. He did offer us a used alternator, though, which was honestly really nice, and I considered it because I was just as a backup plan, because I was like, dude, I just want to get home. And he, craziest thing, though, and this is not the first time this has happened, but experienced tow truck drivers are so impressive with how, when they put the van back down, this guy fucking pulls in, like, Austin Powers his ass into this little Firestone parking lot and drops the van perfectly into a parking space. And I'm like, you just parked the van better than I could have driving the van. You know what I mean?
You didn't even.
You dropped it into a parking spot. Like, I can't even drive it that good.
He just threw it in neutral and it rolled it down the fucking.
Oh yeah. It was wild. The dude was so nice. I know I'm throwing a little shade his way, but he was scary. His driving scared the shit out of me, to be real with you. And but we ended up staying the night in Gallup, New Mexico, which is a little Navajo. We were on the Navajo reservation, and yeah, in a parking lot in the Navajo reservation in a Firestone, and it was honestly a very swell little town. I think the artwork and stuff. It was like right in their downtown arts district.
It wasn't really that scary either.
Why would that have been scary? What makes you say that?
I mean, we were in LA, and there wasn't as many crackheads.
Well, I mean, it was a completely different place.
Right, but
I'm just kind of curious why you would said that.
It wasn't scary.
Then just say that. It wasn't scary at all. Or it wasn't really that scary. Like you were insinuating, like it was supposed to be scary. Do you know what I mean?
I'm just not that town wasn't scary.
You know, it was actually kind of nice. I mean, it was a little deserty and dusty and stuff, but. So, anyways, we get the alternator replaced. It was replaced super quickly, like quicker than I thought it was going to take, to be real with you. It was only like a 2-hour wait, which was cool. And then after they fix it, we start it, and it doesn't start. And then I realized, like, I check my little invoice, and it's like battery not checked. And so Space Camp's talking about how alternators can also fry a battery, and then the guy at the counter was like, yeah, that can happen. So I have to do a whole new thing and get the battery replaced. And I can feel that brokenness from the night before start rebuilding, like, to be real with you. And the pure emotional collapse I was about to have I was about to double down on fucking Depressy, right? Depressy double downs. Anyways, they replaced the battery, and I hear the van running fine, and then he parks it, and he's like, "You're good to go." And then, oh no, he did that, and it wasn't reading properly. So there's actually a connection between the alternator to the battery that was kind of fucked up, because I guess it has these little things that like swell in the heat, and if they swell too much, then it can disrupt the connection between the two. And so he cut those out and re-spliced them and stuff, and it was reading fine. And so he parks the van, and we're good to go. And then we start it, and that was literally about the moment that I was going to, not going to, but greatly considering unaliving my fucking self with a gun. I was like, dude, I've already spent so much money to fix all of these things. I could go. It would be cheaper to go buy a gun at this point. But obviously that's a joke, and it's not a very funny one. But I was just genuinely thinking about it.
Oh, it's fun. It's kind of funny.
I mean, it's not funny if
after the fact.
No, I'm talking about blowing my brains out. It's not.
No.
Yeah, there's people that actually do that.
Yeah.
Space Camp.
Yeah, I know.
But no. So I go to start it, and it doesn't start again for the third time, fourth time, whatever, fifth time, sixth time. La, 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 la. And then I get the guy, and I'm like, dude, I don't know what the fuck's wrong. I just want to get the fuck home. And he's like, is there gas in it? And I'm like, I'm such a fucking idiot. Because then I thought about it. I was like, the last thing I was doing before the van crapped out on the highway was I was going to get gas. Like I was trying to push it to the next Love's, which was a couple miles ahead, to get some fucking gas so we could continue going. And then the alternator fried. So you didn't really think about it. And so, you know, he's like, do you got $5? I'll go get you some gas. So he goes and he gets me some gas. And then we put it in, he gets the gas. Oh, this is what was funny too, is he comes back, and the nozzle on the gas can that he got it in was like a little nub. Like it was just like a little tiny thing, and it wouldn't go in the hole, right? And so he's like, oh shit, I don't know what to do. He goes and gets a funnel. The funnel won't fit in the fucking van. So then he's like, gets his buddy, and they come out, and his buddy holds the funnel and then uses a screwdriver to hold the little flap open, the little metal flap, while he pours the gas into the funnel. And it was just like one thing after another, but every time it got a little less worse. You know what I mean? It was like huge oil leak, dead alternator, dead battery, no gas. The gas nozzle's too short. The funnel's too short. We need another guy. It was just like every time it was just something else. And I'm literally like, I don't even think I have the energy to unalive myself, like, after this shit. And then finally he puts the gas in there. I start it. It won't start again. And then I realized, like, well, you know, I have dealt with an empty tank before, and you kind of got to pump the gas a little bit. And so I did that. It started up, and it hasn't started without pumping the gas after that. But it started fine. I mean, other than that, the rest of the go. But we fucking book it out of there, because it's like, at this point, it's like, dude, home is the best thing ever. Like, it was just, no, there's no place like home. Okay, and that's a saying. That's a pretty popular saying, and it's true. There's no place like fucking home. And so we're booking it, and so I'm deciding, like, I got a lot of time to make up for. So I decide I'm gonna just drive through the night, because the guy was like, "Hey, your wiring splice that I did, it might not hold up through the flatlands of Texas and Oklahoma." So I was like, well, I guess I'm going to drive through it while it's cold at night. And I probably make it to, it was probably like 1 a.m. maybe, and we're almost out of Texas and into Oklahoma. And then no boop, but there was cherries and berries behind me. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we were getting pulled over, okay? And, you know, big van going through Texas, where it's fucking, human trafficking is a hot commodity there, and trafficking drugs and whatnot. And that's just what they said to me. But they pull us over, and I guess I had crossed the center line, because I'm going to be honest, I was falling asleep a little bit. But I crossed the center line. That was what's weird, is that's what I got pulled over for, but I definitely was not falling asleep when that happened. It was also very, very windy. And but that's beside the point. I get taken back to their car. He's just like, I'm going to issue a warning, blah, 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 blah. He asked us what we're doing. We were like on tour, trying to get home. We've gone through all this shit. Please don't fucking arrest me or do anything. I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. Not that I was doing anything wrong other than being sleep deprived and driving all willy-nilly. But you know, he issues me the warning, and we get on with it. He's like, you need to stop at the next rest stop and go to sleep. And oh no, I forgot about the part where I laughed, because he was telling me about human trafficking, and I laughed. I laughed because he was like, you know, human trafficking is big here, and I laughed. But not because he said human trafficking, it was because he made a joke, but he didn't think it was funny that I laughed at his joke, because he was like, human trafficking is a big thing here, but I don't think you're trafficking your buddy there, and I laughed. And he didn't think that was funny. And then he was like, and also drugs. He's like, you got fentanyl? I was like, no, I got gallons of caffeine. They're all in my belly though. And he thought that was, I got a laugh out of him. So, but two of the nicest cops ever, to be real with you. And then he issues us the warning. I get back in, and I was like, I'm not stopping now. I'm fucking wide awake. I almost got in trouble for some fucking reason, or I almost got a ticket. It's like, no matter if you're doing anything wrong, I feel like an encounter with the cops tends to wake your ass up. And I was just like, I'm not stopping. So I drove another hour. We get to another rest stop and pass out, and then fucking book it out of there, and drove for so long, feels like. And we got to all the way back home, and probably I think we stopped at the rest stop, and it was probably 8 hours away from home. And so yeah, I drove 8 hours. Then the last day, we probably got home at like 7:30 at night. I think it was probably something like that. But nothing really crazy happened in between there.
No, it was just driving.
That was pretty. There was the one time that we stopped at a Love's, and I was like, I'm gonna take a break because I'm fucking zonked. And as soon as I like park, I'm like writing some stuff down, and I see like my service engine light flash, and Space Camp's like, all right, I'm scared, let's go. And so I was like, all right, so I guess no rest for me. So I just powered.
Yeah, I was already nervous because it was like the van was already. If we weren't moving, the van was having a hard time.
Yeah, it was like the movie Crank. I mentioned that to Nichelle. I was like, I feel like we have to just keep moving or we'll die. Like, we can't stop at all. But finally, we get home, and yeah, it was honestly very overwhelming whenever I got home, because there was moments. I know this is super dramatic, but there was moments, especially when we were waiting for the tow truck driver in Gallup, where it was like I closed my eyes, and it was the only thing that comforted me was being home. And so whenever I got here, it was like not real to me. I don't know. I've just never been that far away from home before. You know what I mean? And so it's like it's surreal to like realize like, oh, I drove days across a whole country. And it's like I know in my lifetime I'll go even further than that at some point. But it's like it was such a learning experience. And it was just, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just such a surreal thing to be so far from home and be so, I'm going to be honest, very scared at times. And then you get home and everything is still here. And not in your imagination. And you can't do anything but thank all the people that helped you not die. And, if there is some sort of omnipotent force out there, if there's a God or the universe, whatever you want to call it, it's like we are all subject to him or it. And so just be good. That's all I can really say. Anyways, I guess that does it. Guys, without further ado,
we brought to you Art of the Jam.
Art of the Jam, guys. Thank you. I forgot my catchphrase. Anyways. Oh, but also don't forget to live with cause and leave the results to the great law of the universe. Pass each day in peaceful contemplation, patient, and all the while remaining present in your lives. Thank you, guys.
Stay funky, y'all. Stay back now, y'all. 2 hop this time.